Testing 1, 2, 3, 2, 1. Anybody hear me?
Hey there, Phil. Just want to know if you can hear us.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
All right, let me adjust our end real quick.
Testing 1, 2, 3, 2, 1.
One more time, please.
Testing 1, 2, 3, 2, 1. It's Phil here.
All right, I think we'll get there. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
We got one gavel. Come on, each one of you gets a chance. So these are the finalists for If I Were Mayor contest, and so they're going to be mayor for a moment. All right, one last folks here. All right. We are called to order, but these are the finalists and the winner of If I Were Mayor contest. We're going to hear from them in just a second, but I thought we'd give a big round of applause in the meantime. All right, and if you would all please join us and rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. We're going to have that led by a Boy Scout and another middle school student. So why don't you all come forward and you can lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. The flag is right behind me.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, Madam Clerk, will you call roll, please?
Yes, sir. Ms. Conley?
Here.
Mr. Duncan?
Here.
There he is. Ms. Hardy?
Here.
Ms. Leon is running late. Ms. Shantziska?
Here.
Mr. Snyder?
Here.
And Mayor Tarter.
Here.
And I believe there's a motion for Mr. Duncan to participate remotely.
Mr. Duncan, would you please identify the reason for your participation by electronic means?
Medical, and I am at North Fairfax Hospital in the Fairfax County section of Falls Church.
Thank you. I move that the City Council approve electronic participation by Phil Duncan in this meeting for medical reasons pursuant to the City Council's policy for remote participation in City Council meetings as adopted by Resolution 2023-01.
Second.
All right, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Conley?
Yes.
Ms. Hardy?
Yes.
Ms. Leon? Oh, not here. Sorry. Ms. Shantziska?
Yes.
Mr. Snyder?
Yes.
And Mayor Tarter.
Yes,
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Council.
thank you. Do we have a motion regarding the meeting agenda?
Mr. Mayor, I move to adopt the meeting agenda as presented.
All right, do we have a second?
Second.
Ms. Hiscott on the second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The ayes have it. So we've got some very special business. Actually, we have a lot of business on the agenda tonight, but some very special business, particularly at the front end of our meeting. And the first item we're going to do is recognition of Virginia Municipal League If I Were Mayor essay contest. And we just saw the finalist and the winner. So I'm going to ask if the winner would like to come forward. And Ms. Forster, would you please come forward and let's let you be recognized. And if you'd like to read your essay or tell us a little bit about it, we'd love to hear it as well.
Falls Church is a thoughtful and open community when it comes to climate action. But as I walk around my neighborhood, I rarely see people who are composting. When asked why they are not composting more frequently or why they have chosen not to compost at all, I often hear that they either don't know how to get started or are afraid they will make a mistake. Along with a group of my friends and Girl Scouts, we investigated the issue of composting. The main questions that we strive to answer were why people feel that they can't start composting and what would be the most efficient way for restaurants and the average person to help our environment by composting. We began by calling our city's compost crew. In our interview with them, we found that part of the reason that people feel that they can't start composting is that they aren't aware of the available resources. Compost Crew in our city provides composting buckets that make it easy for people to save their compostable items until the buckets are picked up. This would also help restaurants to start composting. If I were mayor, I would have more educational flyers and information given out to the public, especially to restaurants. Restaurants produce extreme amounts of food waste, often because they are not properly informed about the alternatives. I learned this personally from going into restaurants and talking to the people there who were genuinely interested in composting, but explained to us how clueless they were on how to approach it, even on a small scale. Because of this, I would try to be sympathetic towards those who are genuinely confused about how to start. Instead of creating bans or laws around composting, I would try to encourage composting by educating restaurants that even a small amount of composting can really make an impact on the world. Composting is a crucial piece of the puzzle to help our environment. However, I know that not everyone has the funding or opportunities to help the environment. I believe that as a community, it is important to help those who are in need for everyone to succeed. This is why, as mayor, I would reach out to those who are struggling and help them to get the supplies they will need to compost without the price tag that comes along with it. In conclusion, my research showed that as mayor, I would be able to help educate people on the importance and benefits of composting, as well as help members of my community and bring people together regardless of financial status. I believe that these principles could create a real impact on my community.
Wonderful. And now we have a representative from VML, I believe. Is that right?
Good afternoon. Mitchell Smiley with Virginia Municipal League. I am a policy manager and came up this morning to hand out this plaque. Is this on? Every year, the Virginia Municipal League invites 7th graders from across the state to submit their ideas on how to improve their town or city as part of our If I Were Mayor essay contest. This year, we asked students to identify a problem in their community, talk to another person about it, and then propose a solution. Talia Forster is to be congratulated for a thoughtful essay that rose above the pack to be this year's Region 5 winner. On behalf of the Virginia Municipal League, I am pleased to present this certificate and gift card. Additionally, Talia's essay will be featured in the May issue of our magazine, so well done to Talia.
All right. So why don't you both, and then also the other finalists, come forward and we'll take a photo. Come on down, the rest of you all too. Let's come on down. We'll take a photo.
Thank you.
All right. So we're going from if I was mayor, or if I were mayor to if I was mayor. So we're going to take the opportunity to honor a colleague, a very special colleague from our neighboring jurisdiction who spent many years in regional efforts that have benefited Falls Church. He's been a great friend of the city and the region, and he's recently retired as mayor of the city of Falls Church. So, what's that? Oh, I'm right. Not me. That's right. Not Falls Church. Fairfax City. That's right. Fairfax City. But is a wonderful friend of the region and has spent many, many, many hours for its betterment. So I'm going to go ahead and take the honors on this one. This is a commendation recognizing the Honorable David Meyer for his service to Fairfax City and the Northern Virginia region. Whereas the City Council of the City of Falls Church wishes to recognize the Honorable David Meyer for his significant contributions to the City of Falls Church and the Northern Virginia region, and for his collaboration with the City of Falls Church. Whereas David Meyer skillfully served 5 terms on the Fairfax City Council and was elected mayor in 2017. Whereas David Meyer is a well-regarded member of the community and shared his time, talents, and means to make the City of Fairfax and Northern Virginia a better place for all. Whereas Mayor Meyer generously shared his talents as a regional leader through his service on the Board of Directors of the Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments, the Northern Virginia Regional Commission, the Northern Virginia Transportation Commission, and the Northern Virginia Transportation Authority. And whereas his work in transportation aided in planning and funding multimodal transportation projects for congestion relief and economic development in the Northern Virginia region. Whereas, as co-author of Fairfax, Virginia, a city traveling through time, and a member of the historic Fairfax City Board of Directors, he demonstrated his care for the city of Fairfax, his home since 1981. Whereas David Meyer has been a thoughtful, capable, and dedicated collaborator, sharing his support and his knowledge with his colleagues in the City of Falls Church. Now, therefore, I, David Tarter, Mayor of the City of Falls Church, Virginia, on behalf of the City Council of the City of Falls Church, do hereby commend and recognize the Honorable David Meyer as a model of service to his community and thank him for his collaboration with the City of Falls Church and his support for the Northern Virginia region, and wish him the best on all future endeavors. David? Why don't you come on down and we'll give you this proclamation.
You might want to.
Oh, you mean up there?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you very much for that recognition and the opportunity.
It's been a great pleasure for us and a very productive time, so.
First thing I'll say is my earliest association with any jurisdiction in Northern Virginia was the day I was born, because I was born in Arlington Hospital, as there was no hospital in Fairfax. And the attending physician was Nelson Podolnik, who was a doctor here in the City of Falls Church in the 1950s. So he was the first one to hit me and make me cry.
Probably not the last.
Well, anyway. Thank you again. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much for all your service, Dave. We really appreciate it. Mr. Snyder?
Thanks very much. The next item on the agenda is a proclamation declaring May 2023 as Building Safety Month. Whereas the City of Falls Church is committed to recognizing that our growth and strength depends on the safety and essential role our homes, buildings, and infrastructure play, both in everyday life and when disaster strikes. And whereas our confidence in the resilience of the buildings that make up our community is achieved through the devotion of vigilant guardians, building safety and fire prevention officials, architects, engineers, builders, tradespeople, design professionals, laborers, plumbers, and others in the construction industry who work each year to ensure the safe construction of buildings. And whereas these guardians are dedicated members of the Virginia Building Code Association and International Code Council, nonprofit organizations that bring together local, state, territorial, tribal, and federal officials who are experts in the built environment to create and implement the highest quality codes to protect us in the buildings where we live, learn, work, and play. And whereas modern building codes include safeguards to protect the public from hazards such as hurricanes, snowstorms, tornadoes, wildland fires, floods, and earthquakes. And whereas Building Safety Month is sponsored by the International Code Council to remind the public about the critical role of our community's largely unknown protectors of public safety, our local officials, who assure us of safe, sustainable, and affordable buildings that are essential to our prosperity. And whereas the theme for Building Safety Month 2023 is It Starts With You, which encourages us all to raise awareness about building safety on a personal, local, and global scale. And whereas each year in observance of Building Safety Month, people all over the world are asked to consider the commitment to improve building safety, resilience, and economic investment at home and in their community, and to acknowledge the essential service provided to all of us by the local and state building departments, fire prevention bureaus, and federal agencies in protecting lives and property.
Now, therefore, I, David Tarter, Mayor of the City of Falls Church, Virginia, do hereby recognize May 2023 as Building Safety Month in the City of Falls Church and call this observation to the attention of all. Do we have a building official here with us? I believe we may. Please come forward. You're welcome to say a few words if you'd like, and certainly come forward and receive the proclamation. But thank you for all the fine work you do. You guys are the unsung heroes of much of what happens in the city.
I just want to say I appreciate everybody's support over the couple of years, and we are growing as a city. This year alone, we're looking at over 2 million square foot in inspections with over 600 residential inspections already. And I can't do it without the support of the city council and the citizens. I just want to say thank you.
Right back to you. Thank you both. Come on down. We'll give you this proclamation. We'll get a quick photo. Do we have any oaths of office to administer?
We do in a moment, but I also do have Serena Winters is here. She's done a Gold Award project, and she'll be presenting an AED to a community organization. Wondering if she could come up and
Absolutely. Come on down. We'd love to hear all about it. Welcome.
I'm Serena Winters. I recently earned the Girl Scouts' highest award, the Gold Award, completing over 100 hours of community service. My Gold Award aimed to raise CPR and AED awareness amongst elders and make the world a safer place. The hardest place to find AED machines were malls, and through a scavenger hunt I held, I found places like Topgolf allowed only employees to access the machine. I encourage people to continue to look for AED machines as they are a key factor in bringing someone back to life after a cardiac arrest. The Philips HeartStar FRX AED Complete Value Package is presented to the Falls Church Homeless Shelter on April 24th, 2023. This donation includes American Heart Association training and certification for CPR and AED for 10 people. This potentially life-saving gift is made possible as part of GSCNC Gold Award, Ready, Set, Save, CPR Awareness Project by myself, Girl Scout Ambassador Serena Winters, Troop 3054, Service Unit 5014, and through the generous donations of community members through the 2021 to 2023 cookie season and the GSCNC Give Campus campaign. I would like to thank my panel advisor, Brian Kearney from Shenandoah Gold Panel, my project advisor, Lieutenant Jamie Jill from the Arlington County Fire Department and Fire Training Academy, and my CPR instructor and council partner, Dr. Larry Newell, for all the support and guidance. And today I would like to present this AED machine to the director of the Falls Church Homeless Shelter, Julene.
All right. That is wonderful.
And with that, I would also like to give the Falls Church Homeless Shelter an American Heart Association hands-only CPR inflatable kit.
Man, that's impressive. You were impressive. Come on down. Let's get a picture with you. That's great work.
And I have some promotional heart stress relievers for you guys.
All right. Yeah. Come on down. Is that a cake for somebody?
Small fun.
Stress relievers, you said?
yes.
Perfect. Good timing.
There's something for you. How about a pen? Another one for your sash?
Very cool.
Nice work. Very impressive young lady. Yeah.
Should we hold these up?
And if you guys would give one to Mr. Duncan.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Let's go ahead and take a picture.
Yeah.
Okay, great work.
Congratulations, Serena.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Any oaths of office, Madam Clerk?
We do. John Bentrup's here. for the CACT.
Okay, come on down.
Send me some information about this.
All right, welcome. And if you can just raise your right hand. Do you, John Bentrup, solemnly swear that you will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Virginia, and that you will faithfully and impartially discharge and perform all the duties incumbent upon you as a member of the Citizens Advisory Committee on Transportation, according to the best of your ability, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You are sworn in, and you can continue your duties. Thank you.
Thank you. Certainly.
And I just want to point out to Talia, a key part of being a mayor is taking pictures and smiling and congratulating people.
No, sir.
Let's move on to receive public comment. Would you like to read the summary of her comment?
I will. On the FY24 budget, the Village Preservation and Improvement Society asked that increased support for landscaping and trees, energy efficiency and climate change mitigation, and 4 additional open hours at the library be included in the FY24 budget. John Ward of 335 Riley Street forwarded comments from the Falls Church Climate Action Network regarding the FY24 budget and CIP plan, and will outline the comments at this meeting. Regarding the proposed Quinn Homestretch project, Nader Baruch, 243 Gundry Drive, expressed concern about the density of the proposed project. He also was concerned with the limited proposed commercial mix and the placement of funds into a general affordable housing fund instead of subsidizing rents in the proposed building. Sandra Tarpinian of 105 Great Falls Street said she liked the proposed design of the Quinn project and asked how many mature trees would be lost if the project proceeds. On the T-zones proposal, Rusty Thomas wrote in opposition of the proposal because, this was a, I think this, I'm going to come back to Rusty's comment. Was that?
It was in response to the Quinn project.
It was the Quinn one. It just got under the wrong title. So Rusty Thomas wrote in opposition to the Quinn proposal because of climate change concerns. Matthew Cunningham of Birch Street wrote in support of the T-zone proposal because it would support affordable housing. Aaron Flynn of 222 Little Falls Street provided a summary of changes to the T-zones proposal recommended by the city residents who support responsible development. On the ward and precinct proposals that we have on public hearing and for final action tonight, Shirley Connick asks if the ward and precinct changes would impact voter turnout and expressed concern that parking at City Hall would deter voters. I believe that Mr. Bjerke did correspond with her about that. Stephanie Hamilton wrote to support the ward redistribution. Patricia Hickerson of 210 East Fairfax Street supports moving her voting precinct from Falls Green to the community center because she would be able to walk there, and also parking would be easier. Leslie Rye of 214 Lawton Street supports the proposed ward and precinct changes. And in other items, David Beto from the Spectrum wrote with concerns about speeding and red light running on Broad Street and asked for no turn on red, new stop line painting, zebra crosswalks, and blinking speed radar at every intersection on Broad Street. The Historical Commission recommended that City Council formally designate the Tinner Hill Historic and Cultural District for public recognition and future planning purposes. And I also believe that Mr. Cunningham's comments from Birch Street were about Quinn's, and he said he supported the higher density, and he is a green building consultant.
All right, thank you very much. We're now going to go on to the receipt of public comments. That's from folks here in the room or on the internet. So if you'd like to speak, you need to get a speaker slip in the hallway out front and hand it to the clerk. If you do speak, you have 3 minutes. Please state your name and address for the record. We're going to have a work session later tonight on T-zones in the budget, but during work session time, there is no public comment. So if you're compelled or desire to make a comment, now would be the time. Madam Clerk?
Yes, first we have Hannah Jordan of 414 Lincoln Avenue, followed by Shelley Murphy McCabe. Is that on?
Hi, I'm Hannah Jordan, 414 Lincoln Avenue, and I'm here for a couple of reasons tonight. One is my capacity as a housing commissioner. I'm here to support Commissioner Anderson as she presents the annual housing report. And two, I'm here as an individual who has lived in the city for over 25 years and has worked extensively with our most vulnerable population, including low-income families, the unhoused, recent refugees, and established immigrants. I'm here to support the young, the old, the recently retired, and the middle income too, by supporting efforts to establish and maintain a full spectrum of housing options in the city so that people of all walks of life and all stages of life will be able to make their home here. My husband and I have enjoyed living in a single-family home with an ample yard for many years with a small hometown feel, and at times we have bemoaned change, fearing that we might lose the special quality and character of our little city. But we have slowly come to realize that being overly attached to our way of life often stands in the way of fulfilling our broader vision of a diverse and vibrant city that has room for and welcomes everyone. If we keep our zoning codes exactly as they are, we will lose the possibility of achieving that dream. To help reach the goal of a more vibrant and diverse city, I'm in favor of increasing the overall housing stock available to people of all incomes, ages, and walks of life, including those at the lower end of the AMI, as well as those making more than 120% of the AMI. Over the past 20 years, the share of mid-sized homes, duplexes, townhomes, what is sometimes referred to as the missing middle, has dwindled. Under our current transitional zoning code, townhomes are effectively banned. In fact, you would need 3 acres of land to build townhomes, and those parcels just don't exist in the city anymore. I've heard people say, I'm all for affordable housing, but T-zone zoning changes won't provide more affordable housing. While that may be true in the strictest definition of affordable, 0 to 120% AMI, if more homes are available and sold at a lower price point than the average single-family home being built or sold now, we can effectively increase the economic diversity of our population with these proposed changes. So currently, for example, a young couple, perhaps an FCCPS teacher or another city employee and their partner who can't afford a new $1.6 million home in the city, but who don't want to live in an apartment, they would likely look outside of the city for a home. But if they could afford a unit in a multifamily home or townhome, they might buy here first. Shorter commutes are better for the environment, and they're better for our employees. I believe we should always consider how new development can benefit the most people, both present and future. The T-zone proposal as it stands would allow for less hassle development of empty lots and unused or underutilized spaces into multifamily homes and shops, infill, which would be a step towards creating a more livable, sustainable, walkable, and economically vibrant community that is truly welcoming to all. So please support the T-zone proposals. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Yes, we have Shelley Murphy McCabe, followed by John Ward.
Good evening. I'm Shelley Murphy McCabe, and some of you may know me as the recently departed CEO of Wesley Housing. I'm here tonight as a private citizen. I don't live in the city of Falls Church, but I have a deep and abiding passion about housing in all its forms. And since Wesley Housing is a long-term partner with the City of Falls Church, I felt like it was a good opportunity to come share my perspective. I definitely support and applaud the city's evaluation of flexible zoning tools, including T-zone and ADUs. One of the things I've learned in my 15 years running Wesley Housing is that fundamentally, housing is infrastructure. Just as you need roads and schools, everybody needs and deserves a safe and decent place to call home. If you look at the 2019 Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments Regional Housing Report, it talks about the region-wide shortage of housing. There's going to be a need for 320,000 units added to the region by 2030, and that's 75,000 short of forecasts that were in place in 2019. The pandemic didn't help that. And as I look through the housing reports for the City of Falls Church, housing affordability continues to be an issue. When we talk about flexible zoning tools like T-zone and others, it doesn't necessarily create the deeply affordable housing that I spent the last 15 years trying to produce, but it definitely adds to the economic diversity of a community. To echo the prior speaker, whether that you are a young person or a young couple looking to live maybe close to your parents or close to your work, having something that might be in the $800,000 to $1 million range is still affordable, right? But that only comes with a multifamily approach to housing. Or somebody like me who recently retired and downsized from my single-family home on 6 acres to a townhome where I'm within walking distance of amenities is a way for me to stay in my community and to continue to contribute. Housing is also an economic development tool, right? Because as the region grows, there's more pressure on housing, and you cannot manufacture more land. So while I could talk a lot about the mission as it relates to affordable housing, I really wanted to bring to you some of the practical reasons why I think it's really important to move forward. It won't create a ton of housing, but it will help with the diversity of housing in the City of Falls Church. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we have John Ward, followed by Fred Thompson.
Good evening, John Ward, 335 Riley Street. Earlier today, the steering committee of the recently formed Falls Church Climate Action Network submitted a letter addressing the sustainability aspects of the proposed budget, specifically advocating for several expenditures listed on page GF32 that will pay for themselves. Last summer, the city requested a federal grant to cover 75% of the cost of new hybrid and electric vehicles and some charging stations. We understand that grant was awarded, and the proposed CIP includes the city's 25% cost share, and we applaud this as a step in the right direction. Anytime you can get a 3-to-1 ratio on a grant, it's usually a good idea. But motor fuel is a small portion of the overall energy used by city government and schools. The dominant portion is electricity. As you know, the city is in the process of spending $50,000 to develop an energy action plan for government operations. And to save energy costs, the first place to always look is efficiency. The budget document seems to anticipate some elements of this action plan. It cites a need for energy audits of buildings and software tools to help existing staff track and manage energy use. Mentions a one-time outlay of a combined $32,000 for these. And if those investments identify operational changes that can save just 3% of energy costs on the government side alone, not to mention the schools, they would pay for themselves in about 3.5 years. And that's faster than the payback we had for the LED streetlight investment from a couple of years ago. But all of these operational investments are left unfunded. Likewise, in the CIP, there's a plan to install rooftop solar on government and school buildings over the next 4 years, but that's also unfunded in FY24. In the interest of time, I'll direct you to our letter from this afternoon with our explanation of why we do not believe the CIP should be relying solely on highly uncertain grants and outside investors to put rooftop solar on our government buildings and schools. Except for the vehicle and charger funding I mentioned before, the budget seems to assume that everything in the Government Operations Energy Plan and the Parallel Community Action Plan will be addressed over the next 14 months solely with existing staffing and no additional firm resources. We do not believe that when City Council approved the funds to develop these plans, that you intended the action portion to go unfunded. We believe the city has the money to make the investments that will both pay for themselves and support its stated environmental goals. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for yours. We appreciate it.
Fred Thompson, followed by Joseph Shirizzi.
Fred Thompson. In responding to the council's T-zone proposal, the communities come together to support the need to amend the city code to allow the building of multifamily residences along underdeveloped areas such as Park Avenue. However, the process of moving to legislation without community engagement has made this process more adversarial than it needed to be. Here's some questions that I hope the council will address before another first reading of a T-zone ordinance. What more steps can be taken by the council to encourage two-way discussion and problem solving to develop a revised T-zone ordinance more collaboratively? Shouldn't there be specific outreach and notice to owners of T-zone properties to explain to them what property rights may be gained and lost if revisions are adopted? Is the council confident that one size fits all is the right approach to fit 58 very diverse parcels in the city? There are 5 residential categories and 3 business categories in the city zoning code. Why not several T-zone categories to reflect the unique different levels and types of development that are being encouraged? Can the council task city staff to analyze what height limits and lot coverage are appropriate to balance developers' needs and community interests in making Park Avenue worthy of its name as a park-like setting? It's not clear that the lot coverage and height standards in the draft code now represent anything other than opinions of developers. How was the 1-acre residential project restriction arrived at? Doesn't that discourage the possibility of consolidation along Park Avenue and eliminate some of the best projects in the examples that have been presented by staff? Isn't parcel consolidation an objective of the T-zone revisions? Has enough, really, any council discussion taking place about the specific trade-offs that the city will encounter by using a special use permit process versus a special exception process to assess individual T-zone projects? And finally, can the council ask city staff to model the ordinance in terms of appearance and most likely results to show how the ordinance would actually change the community and whether or not it would achieve its stated goals and to what degree it would achieve those goals? I hope the council will use its limited work session time tonight to decide how to engage in much greater community outreach and how best to gather more information.
Thank you.
Joseph Shirizi, followed by Peruz Khan-Malik.
Thank you. Joseph Shirizi, Gundry Drive. My comments this evening do not represent anyone besides myself. I want to voice my full support for updating T-zones and updating zoning to allow more mixed use, more townhouses, more threeplexes, more fourplexes, and the housing diversity that is desperately needed in Falls Church. The townhouse that I lived in was sold for $120,000 in 1990. Public school teachers working on an average salary could afford to live there, and it was workforce housing. And now those townhouses cost $750,000, $800,000. There was one that was sold at the end of last year for $850,000. Obviously, most working class people not going to be able to afford that. So we want to be served in Falls Church. We want to go out to our many beautiful restaurants, to our parks, to our, people want to be served here. Where are the people serving you supposed to live? The working class is suffering in Northern Virginia and in the region, and we owe our fellow Americans and everyone around us a fair shot. And that's really all we're asking for when we ask for housing diversity. I'd like to ask the City Council to spend their limited work session time this evening, considering what are the limitations that we've put on housing. I think there's somewhere in there it says above Washington Street, only commercial buildings and not housing in some parts of different size parcels. Why have any limits here? The goal of consolidating the T-zones is to produce more housing because none has been built in T-zones for years. So don't put any limits on it. Please allow mixed use housing everywhere in the city. I think it's desperately needed. There's so much demand for it that we haven't met for really decades. I don't think anyone's mind is going to be really changed tonight, but I will say that I feel personally engaged as a member of the community on T-zones for far longer than I want to be. We've been talking about this for, almost a year now, I think, 2 years, and by the time it's done, it's definitely going to be 2 years. I don't know how anyone could say there hasn't been community engagement when I have spent hundreds of hours of my life in this room and many other places, trying to convince people that housing diversity is going to help people, and we owe it to each other to do so. My final comment, just to add on to what John Ward said, John has incredible experience, and the letter that was sent to you, I think, is really well put together and has really specific suggestions. Please fund operational energy investments that pay for themselves. It's so obvious. It's such a no-brainer. Solar panels on the high school pay for themselves. There's lots of other examples. Please take them seriously and let's get it done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Peruz Khan-Malik, followed by Jeff Peterson.
Good evening. My name is Piruz Khan-Malik, 609 Park Avenue. I am the owner of the T1 zone property at the corner of Park Avenue and North Lee Street, and also I am a resident and have been a taxpayer in the city for over 25 years. Although most of the T-zone parcels have the option to go through the rezoning to B1.
Oh, is it? Should you start that again, please? My time? You started all over? Thank you. Good evening. My name is Piruz Khan-Malik, 609 Park Avenue. I am the owner of the T1 zone property at the corner of Park Avenue and North Lee Street. And also, I am a resident and have been a taxpayer in this city for over 25 years. Although most of these T-zone parcels have the option to go through the rezoning to B1 and a special exception, but I believe these changes to the T-zone would encourage the property owners to build a project at a smaller scale than the rezoning to B1 would allow in a timely manner. Knowing that the shortage of the housing has become a reality and is increasing, I am encouraged to build a multifamily project that would include a new home for myself, which I plan to live in it for the rest of my life, and create opportunity for others to buy a fine home at a great location. Having said that, I'd like to mention a couple of issues that I hope will be discussed and resolved. Step back. I'm talking about the top floor step back. Although the step back may be a good idea on the streets facing the single-family houses, in my case Park Avenue, but it is not necessary if the frontage faces industrial and or commercial buildings, especially if the property is located next to a tall mixed-use building, in my case North Lee Street. Requiring step back on these streets will make the design more challenging and make the aesthetic of the new building to be not in harmony and proportional with the existing tall building next to it. SUP process. By approving the T-zone changes, you are approving certain types of projects like townhouses on the T-zone infill parcels per the new requirements that is written in the zoning changes. I understand you like to have some control over what is exactly going to be built on these parcels during the SUV process. But I do not think it should be a long process and doing what the site plan will have to do anyways, including review by the planning commissions, architecture advisory boards, public hearings, and more. And finally, I would like to say we are living in a city. Buildings are constructed close to each other. Ambulance sirens most of the time. Fire truck sirens. Trash truck noise. People talk and laugh loud at in the neighborhood late at night after leaving the restaurants and bars. I have accepted all these facts and still love the city life. Otherwise, I would have moved to the suburb. And for that reason, I did not object to the Broadway building the Broadway building approval 22 years ago, although it was clear that it would put shade on half of my property all afternoon, every day. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Jeff Peterson, followed by Jimmy Jung. Got it.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Jeff Peterson, 205 Tyson Drive. I'm speaking this evening in my role as Chair of the Board of Trustees of the Mary Riley Stiles Public Library. The Board of Trustees applauds the proposed FY24 city budget for the library, but we strongly encourage you to add funding for 2 additional open hours beyond the 2 open hours supported by the proposed budget. In other words, a total of 4 additional open hours per week. The library recently completed a major strategic planning process to identify public interest in the library, services, and needed improvements in operations. A key finding of this process is that Falls Church residents really love the library and they would like it to be open more hours. I want to give you several reasons that you should draw on your reserve fund, your contingency fund in the present proposed budget for additional open hours, which would be added to the current weekend hours. First, the recently renovated library building includes significantly expanded meeting rooms, conference rooms, and event space for library-sponsored events and for community use. Today, limited weekend hours constrains the use of these facilities, and expanded weekend hours would encourage much greater use. Second, parents work during the week and are only often able to bring their children to the library on weekends. The current schedule requires that families coming to the library on weekend afternoons leave by 3 p.m. This means that some family visits are cut short or simply aren't initiated because of commitments to other things. Extending weekend hours will create new opportunities for parents and their children to spend time in the library together. Third, many adults in Falls Church work full-time jobs and are hard-pressed to get to the library during the week. They rely on weekend hours for their library access. Leaving weekend hours or increasing weekend hours gives them the option of spending more quality time in the library rather than just quick in and out. And finally, increased hours gives the staff of the library more bandwidth to optimize programming and outreach. The council has been a strong supporter of the Mary Riley Stiles Public Library over many years, including support for the recently completed acquisition, renovation, and expansion. We look forward to working with you to provide increased access for the new facility that so many in Falls Church value so highly. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Jimmy Jung, followed by Grayson Teamoner.
Hi, Jimmy Jung, 203 North Lee Street. If you want to meet your city government, I suggest you take the house and garden tour. You will see everybody. And while I was out there last weekend, it was reiterated to me, as has been told to me by a few members of this council, this is not about housing, this is about money. Specifically, often school money. And they've driven that home. I've had several people say that to me. This is about money. Any notion that this is going to improve our housing is thin at best. And one thing I would like us to consider and do is we seem to be in this cycle while we build up our schools, we get more kids, we need more money. I'd like us to set goals, have a plan. What is we're trying to get to in terms of budget? We may have that, but I'm just not seeing it because all I ever hear is, well, we just need more money. And I don't think we just need more money is the way we should be approaching this. This is also not just about school money, this is about developer money. And there's this notion that gets reiterated again and again that if we make this easier on the developers save money, that money will come back to us. That is a formula I just can't engage with. I don't believe it's true. They are going to take the money they get and expand their profits where they can, as they probably should. That being said, our efforts, the small efforts that have been there to try and build more housing have been washed out. The one really strong effort from the Planning Commission to try and take the tax improvements there and push it towards affordable housing, they cited it chapter and verse when they sent it back to you guys, and as I understand it, that is still unlikely to make it. The very first proposal that we have seen in the T-zones has nothing to do with housing. It is to be a learning center. So while we can talk about housing, when you take a look at the small set of properties that are involved here, you really can't help but believe that this is really about something else, that this will not improve housing, that this was focused on making life easier for developers with these small properties and these very unique but small set of properties. So again, I don't think this is going to get us what we want. I don't think we should engage with, and speaking of engagement, engagement isn't just measured in time. It's also measured in action. And when you fill this room over and over again with people that say, we think this is a bad idea, could you reconsider it? And you see small incremental improvements, but that all gets washed away when one letter from a developer says, no, this is no good. That's not engagement. So I'm out of time, but I do want you to take a look at those things, consider those things. We have seen a proposal that will call for a zoning change. Quinn looks like a good idea. It doesn't follow our plan, but it's worth considering because it does bring benefit, real, tangible housing benefit. I don't see T-zones doing that, so I'd ask you to push back on the idea that it might. Thank you.
Grayson Timoner, followed by Mary Chavez.
Hi, is this on? I think I'm good, right?
It's on.
Yeah, it's on. Okay, I'm good. Grayson Timoner, 509 Roosevelt Boulevard. First off, just coming in support of the Housing Commission annual report that will be read in a little bit as a Housing Commission member, but then also just wanted to come in support of the T-zone proposal. I think I was talking to someone actually the other day that was against it, just, trying to have a good neighborly talk. And I think what it came down to that we both agreed on was just a different vision of the future of the city. Some people wanted to stay sort of as that post-World War II suburban kind of feel, white picket fence, single-family home, drive everywhere. And then another vision is more urban. You can walk places. You can work in the same places you live, in the same places you eat. And I'm just coming in support of that second vision. I understand the first vision, and I want to respect that some of my neighbors want to keep Falls Church with the zoning that it has now and that it used to have, where you just have a bunch of homes everywhere with grass all around them and you have to drive everywhere. So I respect that, but I'm just coming in support of a new vision that I think a lot of you share, where it's easier to walk places, bike places, and have a little bit more of an urban lifestyle that we see in areas of Arlington, Old Town, DC, areas that we all love, but don't have as much of right now. So, yep, just wanted to come and support, and thank you all for your time.
Thank you for yours. We appreciate it.
Mary Chavez, followed by Deborah Doctor.
Good evening. I'm Mary Chavez, 215 Lawton Street. City staff have provided you a 57-page report on T-zones with numerous hefty attachments for your review this evening. I urge you to review the package carefully for both its new provisions and for items that have not been included as requested by council members, planning commissioners, and members of the public. The proposed zoning changes for T-zones encompass complex issues and would set a new direction for development on multiple lots in the city. Citizens deserve a clear vision of what council hopes to achieve in issuing these changes in terms of the prospective future development that would be permitted, but also the potential impact on our streets and neighborhoods, tree canopy, and stormwater flows. A key request has been for detailed schematics on what would be permitted, giving both council members and the public a better vision of what council is looking for. A few citizens have taken the time to lay out such schematics for Park Avenue based on current coverage, height, and setback proposals. These have been included as citizen comments, but have not been endorsed, modified, or flagged by city staff. Similarly, there has been no discussion or consideration in the staff report of the breadth and number of citizen concerns expressed over the past several months about the proposed changes, including some 600 signatures to a citizen petition, numerous letters to council expressing concern about changes ostensibly designed primarily to increase development and put more money in the city's coffers. Proposed amendments by a group of citizens have been included in the attachments, but no effort has been made to respond to these adjustments of the initial council and planning commission recommendations. The perception is left that all of the considerable citizen efforts are included in the back of the package, but city officials will nevertheless plow ahead. The city arborist has proposed that the building and impermeable lot coverages be reduced and the potential 10% rear setback be increased in order to permit sufficient space and light for 15% tree canopy. These suggestions are not reflected in the new text. The latest staff report includes a couple of significant changes that come out of the blue. There's a new proposed transitional district intent, page 31, that focuses on providing both commercial and residential uses and a transition in heights. But there's no mention of this city vision statement of transitional properties serving as appropriate buffering between commercial and residential uses to protect neighborhoods from the negative impacts of noise, traffic, light, odors, and visual incompatibility. There's a prohibition on townhouses, apartments, or condo buildings anywhere on North Washington Street.
Someone asked you to wrap it up if you can't coming up
I
here.
have a few other comments. I'll include them in a submission. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And Deborah Doctor is our last speaker who signed up.
Hi, I'm Deborah Doctor. I live at 502 West Broad Street. There is a perception that we don't want affordable housing, and that's a misperception. I think we've kind of lost the affordable housing thing if we've talked about these T-zones. To me, especially along Park Avenue, there should be all affordable housing, multiplexes or townhouses. And in any of the buildings, B1 on Washington Street or Broad Street, there should be an increase to 20% of affordable housing in those buildings to really make an impact. My one issue, another issue is this in lieu of is not a fair trade-off. It is a builder benefit. If a builder is going to build high-rises and they build units that sell for $800,000 and they're going to give you $100,000, if an affordable house in that building would be $400,000, they should have to give you $400,000 for every unit in there. In lieu of should not be a benefit for the builder, but should automatically benefit affordable housing. The other thing is, if they give you that pot of money, which will be for affordable housing, I have a question about how that is metered out. If a janitor wants to buy a house in Falls Church because he works here, is it a subjective opinion of the council who gets that versus what a teacher gets? I think we build the units and put the people in the units. We need a lot of affordable housing. We don't need in lieu of. That's my comment.
And that completes the
That's end of the
people who are
speakers.
signed up. Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Let's move on to the next portion of our agenda, which is the Housing Commission. So do we have folks from the House? There we go.
I believe Ms. Anderson is online as well.
So we would actually prefer to do our piece first, and then we can have the Housing Commission speak afterwards.
So we're doing the affordable housing report, is
Affordable
that
housing
correct?
report, that's correct.
And then Ms. Anderson will go with the Housing Commission annual report?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Is that okay?
Yes, that's fine.
Sorry about the confusion. So, hello. Thank you for your time today. We are here to talk about the Affordable Housing Report. This is the annual update to the Affordable Living Policy, which we put out several years ago. Today, also, we just want to let you know that we also invited the Housing Commission here, some of whom have already spoken, and the chair, Meredith Anderson, will also give an update on the the Housing Commission annual report as well. So, first, going to introduce ourselves. We are part of the Housing and Human Services team. Brendan Woodley, Housing Development Specialist, Kayleen Mark, Housing Specialist, and we can actually go ahead and start presenting off of our presentation.
Sure. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Kayleen Mark. As Brendan mentioned, I am the Housing Specialist, and I have been with the city for a little over a year. Could start the presentation? Thank you. So this is the current state of affordable housing within the city. From 2019 to 2021, the median value of homes within the city increased by 6% from $789,300 to $838,300, and the median rent increased from $1,867 monthly to $2,020 monthly. In 2021, the City of Falls Church had the highest median home price and the third highest average rent in the region. There is a distinct gap in home ownership and affordability in the city. In 2021, with the median sold home price being $838,300, a household at the 100% area median income or AMI limit can only afford a home priced at $473,367. Next slide, please. For cost-burdened households, HUD considers a household to be cost-burdened if they pay more than 30% of their income towards housing. In 2021, 25% of homeowner households and 35% of renter households were considered to be cost-burdened. From 2019 to 2021, homeowner households that were cost burdened went from 735 to 807, and there was a slight decrease in cost burden from renters from 942 to 840. This could have been due to COVID, federal funded rent supplemental programs, and also due to the city having the third highest average rent in the region instead of the second highest as reported previously. Next slide, please. The city currently has 90 affordable dwelling units, or ADUs. The rents for these units are below market price for households between 60% to 110% AMI. Additionally, the city also have the City Committed Affordable Unit Program, or the CCAU program, which supplements a portion of the rent for households that are below 40% AMI. Next slide, please. The city is expected to see an increase in affordable rental stock of ADUs with 3 new developments that are under construction. Frandos Road 2 will offer 34 ADUs, Washington and Broad will offer 33 ADUs, and West Falls Church Economic Development Project will offer 32 ADUs. Next slide, please. The ADU program also provides home ownership opportunities in the city. We currently have occupied homeowner ADUs at the Spectrum and Whittier with a total of 13 units. The city also anticipates an additional 18 units for the new City of Falls Church Affordable Home Ownership Program. Next slide, please. Preserving affordable homes within the city is vital to maintaining the affordable housing stock. The Fields of Falls Church has 96 homes through the Low-Income Housing Tax Credit Program for households earning no more than 60% AMI that are due to expire in December of 2026. Winter Hill Apartments has 80 market affordable homes with the majority of renters utilizing a housing choice voucher. The Reed Building also provides 9 teacher workforce unit with priority to city public school staff at a committed affordable rate. The city was able to extend the affordability covenant for an additional 10 years.
Thank you, Kaylee. So just giving you guys a quick update. This presentation is really to talk about what we put into the housing report, the affordable housing report. So this isn't an extensive update of some of these projects. First, I'll talk about the Affordable Housing Fund. If you recall, it's a fund that the city uses to provide and preserve affordable housing. So latest update. Currently, there's $251,000 in the Affordable Housing Fund. And most recently, we added some ARPA funds to the Affordable Housing Fund, to which we then used to contribute matching funds for the Amazon Reach grant funds, which I'll talk about shortly. Next slide. So, as Kaylee mentioned, part of those Amazon Reach grant funds we used to as you all know, extend the covenant for the Reed Building for 9 teacher workforce units for an additional 10 years, and they will be extended through 2032. Next slide, please. All right, and we'll talk about the Affordable Homeownership Program. Basically, the program is about partnering with a developer, National Housing Partnership Foundation, to identify potential homes that they will then purchase, and we will sell at a subsidized rate to homeowners between 50 and 120% AMI. And the significant update for the Affordable Housing Report is that in December of 22, we were able to execute a developer agreement, and we have since, of course, kicked off the Affordable Homeownership Program. We've since purchased through our nonprofit developer 3 units, and we have a planned 18 units to purchase throughout the life of the program. Next slide, please. All right, and of course, last but not least is the Acquisition Strike Fund. This project, of course, with our partner developer, Wesley Housing. We will partner with this developer who will own and operate several of this currently city-owned properties at the Virginia Village neighborhood. Currently, there are 5 properties which include a Homestretch nonprofit partner who supports affordable housing as well. This project will use Amazon Strike funds to purchase additional units in the Virginia Village neighborhood, and with the ultimate purpose of conjoining them into a whole redevelopment process. And I would also like to note that if you guys are curious, we are actually planning on providing a more comprehensive update in June. So that actually concludes our slideshow. You can go to the next slide. The next slide. We can go ahead and pass it off to Meredith. But before we do that, I just want to say that we are coming up on the end of the life of our affordable living policy. So we will have to go through the process over the next probably year or so to go ahead and update it as well.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that.
Sure. Meredith?
Thanks, Brendan. I wish I could be in person tonight, but I'm unfortunately sick and want to make sure not to spread any germs. So I'll be giving the update on the 2022 Housing Commission annual report. And I'll just point out, since we have the slide up now, so the Housing Commission, as I will mention in my report, has decided to give this Affordable Housing Award to Ron Brousseau, and we would like to invite council to join us for a reception on, I believe, May 9th at 6 p.m. before our next Housing Commission meeting. It'll be in the Dogwood Room, I believe, although Brendan, correct me if I'm wrong about that. Yeah. So to dive into our report, this will be a long summary, and I don't have slides. I'm just going to go through the document that I have, which I believe is attached to the agenda. So I just want to talk at a high level about some of the stuff that the Housing Commission has done over this past year. We've been pretty busy, and a lot of the stuff that we've worked on is obviously related to what Brendan and Kayleen just showed. So we definitely want to show our support for everything in their report. I think we've worked really well with them this past year, and we really appreciate that collaboration. So as they mentioned, we are working on, there's been a lot of work put into the Amazon Reach grants that the city has been implementing. They went over the primary efforts that are going on right now, but the Housing Commission's role has sort of been to engage, ask questions, request additional information, and kind of probe different questions that we think might be relevant down the road. And so that's been something where we've been able to provide thoughts and guidance as needed. One of the things that we have done this past year that, perfect, up there. In the next section, I have a little table that I pulled together. We worked with the city housing staff to aggregate some data, just basic data about current and upcoming affordable units, and also aggregated some information, not shown here but elsewhere, about unit sizes and AMI levels. So if you look over the next like 20 years from now to 2040, approximately, we will be losing 159 units, and we're only gaining 99. So we're going to have a net loss in affordable rental housing between 2020 to 2040 if all of these properties are lost, particularly the fields. And right here, so there's, I think the 2029, like the expiration is officially in 2026, but the affordability covenant extends for 3 years. I think this highlights the urgent need that we have to preserve and add affordable units. The Housing Commission is also working on providing constructing some housing goals for 2040 and providing some different scenarios. So that's something we would like to engage on in the future. I also included a chart that just gives a snapshot of the overall current housing stock. It shows that there's a large chunk of newer mixed-use housing that's contributing to kind of what the city is, the city makeup right now, but single-family housing is still the largest category. Just to speak on the T-zones for a minute, we've been engaging with city planning staff as the Housing Commission on the T-zone amendment proposal, and for many months now. And we have provided a couple of memos to the Planning Commission to express the Housing Commission's support for this proposal. We asked for adding a cash in lieu option for affordable housing contributions to provide flexibility for developments that have lower unit counts, because that's something that would be difficult to, it's easier to do if you have a building of like 300 units than if you have 8. And so that feedback was incorporated, which we really appreciated, and we appreciate the engagement and strongly support the Housing Commission strongly supports the adopting the T-zone proposal. A couple of additional notes. We've continued to monitor conditions at the field departments as concerns were raised in 2021. This seems to not be entirely resolved, and so we ask that council continue to engage with us on that, and city housing staff on that topic, and hopefully they will continue to make good progress. We also made sure to step in to support people who were rolling off of the Virginia State Rental Assistance Program in May that provided support for residents in the wake of COVID-19. And then, as I mentioned at the beginning, we presented the Steve Sprague Housing Champion Award for affordable housing advocacy, and he will receive the award at the reception that I mentioned. We added some new commissioners, and we have new housing staff that we're working with. We had to say goodbye to Josh Ford, who was the previous chair, as well as Commissioner Christina Martinez, but we have welcomed Justine Underhill and Grayson Timoner as new commissioners in November. Meredith Anderson, am the new chair, and it's been really great to see Justine and Grayson's engagement so far. It's been really great to have such engaged commission members. All right, and I'll try to wrap up quickly here. So, we've had a lot of discussions about housing goals for 2023. There's a lot of different things that are being talked about right now. And so, we don't want to be pulled in too many different directions, but we want to take on some important issues. So, we have established a few particular goals for 2023, looking into diversifying housing options in the city, including ADUs. That's something that we've already spent some time on and hope to come back with more information on that in the future. Creating a long-term plan for increasing support for the unhoused population in and around the city, working with city staff to educate the community about housing commission priorities. I think as we've sort of seen these discussions around T-zones play out, I think it's clear that there's a lot about what the city's doing for affordable housing that isn't necessarily visible to the community. So I think it would be helpful if that were better known and better understood, so that they could, people could see that there's a lot of different efforts going on around affordable housing. And so T-zones, which may not provide, affordable units or a large number of affordable units, can, by using cash in lieu and just increasing housing diversity, can kind of help with get Falls Church closer to the goals that we have. And then finally, establishing concrete affordable housing unit goals for 2040, looking at the current and projected inventory and FCC demographic projections. We would like to partner with council to pursue and designate resources towards preserving affordable housing due to expire in the next decade, including Pearson Square in the Fields. I think it's a pretty stark picture if you really look at what's going to happen in the next 15, 17 years in terms of how much affordable housing we're going to lose in the city. So I think preservation is going to be key, since it's better to be able to preserve some of it than just have to recreate all of it. And engaging on ways to increase diverse housing options. The Carter Council's work plan includes working on missing middle, and we would like to help with this and help educate the community on this important topic. And then, as we've said, we support the T-zone amendment, and we'd like to follow best practices and learn from neighboring communities to continue to support more inclusionary zoning policies. And I think that T-zones is a really great step in that direction, and we hope we can continue making strides in that area.
Thank you very much for that fine presentation and all the good work you all do. Let me briefly open it up and see if some of my colleagues have any questions for you. Ms. Hardy?
Great, thank you. Thank you, Meredith, and thank you to housing staff for your annual reports. I actually want to start with housing staff. So in response to the public comment, it was really good timing, so I figured we should make sure we clarify any misunderstandings. The last public speaker had talked about how they did not like the cash in lieu and had concerns about how our affordable units were metered out. And so I thought this would be a good opportunity for the community to get better understanding, per Meredith's point, that we should definitely talk more about our existing practices and programs. Could you comment on both of those points? Number one, how we prioritize people for our affordable units, and then second, how cash is used, especially in those senior buildings, which I think is what's being proposed right now.
Yeah. So for prioritization, For prioritization, we give priority to those who work and or live in the actual city of Falls Church. So our prioritization for our wait list for priority 1, those are for seniors who are 62 and over, who are also disabled, who live and or work in the city of Falls Church. Priority 2 would be those who work and or live in the city of Falls Church, and priority 3 are those that are outside of the city. So when we are making offers on our ADUs, I reach out to those who do have prioritization based on living or actually living, working for the city or working in the city. So that's how we determine prioritization.
Great.
And to speak to the cash in lieu question, typically what we do is we sit down internally and review some of the options in terms of what sort of housing is being provided versus what sort of benefit the city will get from adding funds to the Affordable Housing Fund. Typically, it's a basic formula of identifying what the difference is between market and affordable and running that out over how many years in terms of what we expect would be the life of a covenant for the same property. And then it's a determination of what we think the better value is and whether or not it's worth evaluating that for the sake of the developer as well.
Got it. Thank you. So I think while there's certainly time and place for units, I think as Chair Anderson said, if we're looking to create smaller buildings like units of 10, it's really hard to get units there because the math just doesn't make sense. So I think it's good to have that option for cash in lieu.
And typically an as-per basis as well. So we try to evaluate based on each development as well.
Great, thank you. I did want to move to the Housing Commission's report. In particular, the chart that Ms. Anderson showed I thought was actually really compelling. And so I wanted to recap some of those, both for the audience and for us to really absorb. And so currently we have 202 affordable units kind of in our portfolio. I'll start with the good news first. The good news is with the last 3 projects that are underway that this council has approved, we are actually adding 50% more affordable units. We're adding 99 units that will come online in the next 2 years. That is a big deal. That's going from 202 to 301 total in the past 2 years. That is significant. So I applaud all of my colleagues for making that progress with us. The bad news, as Meredith also pointed out, is up until Founders Row 1, which we approved in 2016, all the units that we built up until then have expiration dates, and we're going to lose 159 of them. That is 50% of that 301 I mentioned. So that should be a big reminder for us that we absolutely are living through an affordable housing crisis, and it's not only important to preserve, but it's also to keep building new. And I think on the preservation point, we're probably going to talk about that in the budget, as well as the deeply affordable units, which I think was talked about in both Meredith's report as well as your report about trying to serve the 30 to 50% AMI, which we as a region don't do a very good job of. I think my colleagues and I also have a report from the Urban Institute that actually just came out in our mailboxes today that actually talked about that need for 30 to 50% AMI. So it's really good timing that we are really thinking about the full spectrum of housing, everywhere from the unhoused, as we heard our first public speaker talk about tonight. And so I really hope that we find an opportunity in our budget to fund those deeply affordable units in the community. So we really put our money where our mouth is. So thank you.
Mr. Duncan.
Thank you. Just a quick question about numbers. Thanks to the chair and HC members. Great work, doing a lot of hard digging and getting some traction on this issue. Staff too. It's about where the Winter Hill numbers factor in. The 80 units are referred to in one of the 2 documents, but I'm just wondering, do they not? I know they're operationally and organizationally separate, but should they not also count as affordable housing inventory and projections on the chart that you list, and I think Letty was referring to? As far as I know, it's a long-term, successful, dedicated, affordable community, and I'm just concerned that the numbers, those 80 units don't show up in the chart where something that appears to be like kind does show up for the other buildings. Am I missing something?
No, that's a good point. I think that we've been specifically looking at like the category of like affordable rental units, because this doesn't really look at market rate affordable, which is dwindled pretty low. It's almost gone at this point. Or any of the affordable home ownership units. So that's definitely something that we could consider putting in here. I think it's just in the data that we've collected, it's not really in the same category as as some of those other things. And I think the structure, I don't know as much about the structure of Warner Hill, but I know that people, I think people use like a voucher program for that, so that may be why it's not categorized the same way, but I think it makes sense to include that in the conversation. So yeah, I think that's something we can definitely put in there.
I can comment on Winter Hill. So for Winter Hill, they're not considered to be committed affordable units. The Falls Church Housing Corporation's mission speaks on housing affordability, and 57 units at that property are receiving housing choice vouchers. And within the city, they have the largest amount of voucher holders. And the Falls Church Housing Corporation is required to retain affordability at least 5 years after the end of their CDBG grant program year, as per HUD regulations for the CDBG grant recipients. So their last grant was for FY 2022, so they do have to maintain affordability for the next 5 years.
Okay, that's obviously a level of nuance, and we don't have time to go into any deeper detail tonight, but it is reflective of the fact that there is sort of more of a story there, I think, and my main point in bringing it up is, I just think communities understand that this, in one form or another, vouchers, numbers, whatever, has been successful, dedicated, affordable, or market affordable at least, to some degree, voucher affordable community for, well, I don't know, 40 years. And that's a story that people need to hear, I think, when we start talking about other buildings that we might want to have that have a deeper reach of affordability and a broader number of units involved in that sort of plan. So I just want to call attention to it, make sure that the papers that put out are consistent with that. Finally, and quickly, the money in the Affordable Housing Fund would be useful, I think, to see it described as, what would it buy us? We've had some success in buying down or extending affordability of some of the units like the Green Building. How much money do we need to put in? It's cheaper to extend affordability in existing buildings often than it is to purchase brand new affordability in some of the newer buildings that are going up. So it would be useful to see how much money we would need to really make some headway in filling that trough that Letty pointed out in terms of what the Affordable Housing Fund would do for us. Thank you.
Yeah. So that's a really good point.
I could make two comments, actually. First, to your original point, you asked for a little bit more comprehensive set of data and information regarding affordable housing. And right now, the city is in the process of acquiring a demographer study, hopefully in the over the next few months. I don't have exact timing, but once we get more detail on that, we can let the council know what the plan is. But it should include some degree of the status of all the housing, including some of the stuff that's not on this list, and move beyond that as well.
Great, thank you all.
Ms. Hardy.
Sorry, I have one more. So we talked a lot about the rental expirations. Could we move to page 4 of the status affordable housing report, the staff version, that talks about home ownership? So it lists the 3 remaining properties we have where we have affordable home ownership. And so Broadway is not listed on here, and obviously the Broadway has been a big topic of conversation as it relates to T-zones. Have the Broadway ADUs all expired already?
Yes, they have. Are you speaking of the Byron?
The Broadway.
Yes, they already expired.
Okay.
And recently, the Byron expired in 2021, where we lost 8 units.
Got it. And so other than hopefully the new Amazon home ownership program that Brendan spoke to us about, will we be adding stock to this? Is there anything that can be done to, for example, the 8 units at the Spectrum that's expiring this year?
We're evaluating that right now.
Okay. I know it's probably more challenging with ownership, but that's something that it'd be great to figure out if that's a missed opportunity or not. So thank you.
Mr. Snyder.
So, thank you. Have you calculated the number of housing units that have been added as a result of the mixed-use developments in the past, say, 20 years? I suspect it's around 2,000 maybe units, and yet the council only required 6% affordable and only got to 10% at the Broad in Washington because we gave up capital costs that would ordinarily be part of the voluntary concessions to the schools and library and perhaps others. So my question is, what is the percentage of affordable units that should have been required in these mixed-use developments? Because having failed to do that, we're now thinking that we're going to solve the affordable issue by jamming them into T-zones and at the same time do substantial environmental damage. So my question is, what should we be demanding of these mixed-use projects in the future in terms of percentage of affordable units?
So if I can,
No,
Brendan, do you mind if I?
No, go ahead.
Take that? Yeah, thanks. So I think that for, the last, I think 4 projects that we've, 3 or 4 projects that we've negotiated, it's been 10%, at least 10% of units. I think that we have moved, I think, in that direction in terms of expectations, and that seems to be consistent, I think, with what others in the area are doing as well. So I do think, when we made that switch from 6% to 10% for Broad in Washington, it did, there was some transition of voluntary concessions that would have, that were initially going to go to the schools and the library, but as was sort of discussed as the rationale for making that adjustment, the schools had received a large amount of investment and money through the West Falls development as the new high school, and the library had gotten a new, a lot of investment in a new building. So I think that the consideration, a lot of the discussions at the time, and I think the thought going forward is, we need to prioritize affordable housing. For doing these other things to serve the city, we need to make sure that there's places for people to live as well. And so I think that going forward, we are, I think 10% is the new norm. We've talked about how we can sort of establish that as an expectation, but it has been, it's been reasonable for the last, since Broad in Washington, essentially. I think that the way that we've done it for the past few developments has been, I think, a pretty good path going forward, getting 10% of units at Founders Row 2 and West Falls and Broad in Washington, as adding a lot. Like we're getting those additional 99 units that are being added. I think we just need to continue to not just think about the mixed-use developments, because those can definitely add some units, but there's limitations because you can't add developments indefinitely. So I think that the Amazon Reach grants are doing a really good job of looking into things like this, kind of looking at the, extending the affordability of the Reed building, starting the affordable home ownership program, and also putting that long-term investment into Virginia Village. Right now we have 16 units, but the goal over time is to increase the number of those and take advantage of opportunities for acquiring more of those units. So I think that solving the problem is really just it's going to take like a lot of different approaches, and I think those are some of the different ways that we'll need to.
So let me just follow up. So you're saying we shouldn't require any more than 10% in new mixed-use developments. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying 10% should be the minimum.
Minimum. And what should we be shooting for?
I think a lot of it depends on the type of development, because a lot of developments have specific purposes in particular parts of the community. I think that it's something that as we are kind of presenting this data about how much is going to expire in the next 17 years, I think it's definitely something that we want to make sure is high on everyone's priority list to think about any opportunities that we can do for that. So I think that for new mixed use, I think you have to have some variation depending on what the specific proposal is, but I think at least 10% is something that's reasonable. But I don't think that will solve the gap in and of itself.
And I can just piggyback on that and say, earlier mentioned the update to the affordable living policy that's due coming shortly. I think that's probably an excellent opportunity for us to reevaluate all of those numbers and see what makes sense for the city on a wider perspective.
Ms. Leon?
I want to thank you all for just the level of thought and details that are going into this plan. I hear mention of an update to the policy. I think that is a wonderful exercise to undertake. I think you've identified deep issues that we're going to encounter that take some strategic thinking on that policy. As I take a look at that policy and the way it stands today, I think there's opportunity to support your goals. We lack affordable housing preservation policies. There's model documents similar to, model documents that were available when we did the NHP legal docs that you could leverage. I do believe that we have multiple levers we can take a look at around supply, both equity-based and rentals. I am very concerned at the way that the private market is going. 80% seems, something that's available from the market, but largest concern is providing a spectrum of housing starting with 30, 40, 60, right, of which we don't have enough of. So I really appreciate the hours that are put into this, but I know we have a journey that we have to take, and I really look forward to seeing how you can come back with a policy that supports, right, the objectives that you've cited and some of the issues captured here. So thank you.
And thank the council for your support as well.
All right, thank you very much. And so we haven't even started the agenda yet. You're welcome to sit down, thank you. I just want to give kind of a shout out of warning that we have a whole lot of things to do tonight. And so we're either going to have to pick up the pace or maybe cut our conversation off at some point tonight. But I would just say, keep in mind, we have a very busy agenda. And we haven't started it yet, really. Let's move on to the report of the city manager. We will take a break at 9:30 also. Mr. Shields?
Mayor, I'll take my cue from you. I just have one thing to report, and that is the City Council, this is really for the community. The City Council has commissioned a community satisfaction survey. We've hired a professional firm of Probalski Research, and they are right now in the process of contacting residents of the city. This is a statistically valid survey, so it is by invitation only. They have sort of randomly selected people that they will interview with a set number of questions, and the results will be presented publicly to the City Council in the June timeframe. The survey takes about 25 minutes, so if you do get contacted by Probalski, if you could respond to that, or if you have any questions about it, contact publicinfo at fallschurchvirginia.gov. If you have any questions about it, we're all trained not to click links, so if you do have any questions about it, feel free to contact the city. But that is an official survey that we're engaged in. Happy to answer any questions.
All right, any questions for Mr. Shields? How about any, Ms. Hardy?
My comment was actually about that community satisfaction survey. So I did not get selected, but I had a couple neighbors and friends ping me because the text messages look a little confusing. And so I know that we put it out on the eFocus newsletter on Thursday, but that's obviously only reaching a portion of our population. We might want to think about other channels, let people know what the sample text or phone calls might sound like, because people do worry that it is phishing.
Understood. And
We do have it, we've been pushing it out in various different ways, but we'll continue to try to do that.
I know the newspaper is here, so perhaps Mr. Benton would include a mention of it. The other one, which you probably know I'm going to ask about, is the Lincoln and Great Falls light, because it continues to be out, so I was hoping you would have good news on that front.
I do not at this point. I will give the council information as we get it, but no update from the last meeting.
Okay, thank you. That's it for me.
All right, other council requests? Mr. Snyder?
Yeah, just a comment. The City Hall complex was without power for how many hours this past weekend?
For about, from 2 p.m. until 9 a.m., along with about 340 accounts in the city. And so we are following up with Virginia Power. They have given us an initial explanation for it. As Councilmember Schneider will recall, we were having frequent power outages over a decade ago. Dominion made significant investments, and those have reduced. But this was an unusual outage for a storm that we didn't think was a very major storm. Initially, we had about 1,200 accounts out of 6,000 out in the city. Most were restored quickly, but 340 remained off the grid overnight, which is a very unusual situation. So we'll get more information out to the council and the community as we learn it.
Right. I would just add that part of the City Hall renovation effort was to improve and make more resilient the electric service, and yet we had it, we lost it. So I'd be interested in an hour-by-hour report from Dominion Power as to what they did, why they did it, and how we can prevent that from happening again. It's too important to let go. Thank you.
Other requests? I would also like to welcome our new city attorney. This is her first night, trial by fire, I suspect, maybe later on, but we're very thankful, and I want to welcome you here, Sally Jeanette Hankins. So thank you for coming. Thank you for coming on board. We look forward to working with you for many, many years.
Thank you. My pleasure.
All right. Yes?
I know we had a meeting last week, but Mr. Shields, I just wanted to thank staff for all the staff effort. I know we had the Transit Plaza grand opening, we had the Climate Open House, and then a very rainy Saturday, we had Arbor Day, and also the pop-up at Eden Center. So recognize all the staff effort all week.
All right, anything else? If not, let's move on to business on the agenda, Mr. Shields, or Ms. Heath.
Yes, our first item is a continued public hearing, which is on the agenda for final consideration. TR 23-06, resolution to amend special exception SE 04-0162, as previously amended through resolution 2012-01, to further amend certain commercial use restrictions on the ground floor spaces at 400 to 412 South Maple Avenue, Pearson Square.
And Mr. Holland is our chief planner for this case. Mr. Holland.
Good evening, Mayor Charter and members of the City Council. I'm Jeff Holland with the planning staff. Council is requested to approve a special exception amendment application to modify commercial restrictions in the Pearson Square building located at 410 South Maple Avenue. The amendment raises the square footage limit for retail service and professional office uses for the ground floor retail space. These limits were intended to promote retail uses on the ground floor and were part of the approval resolution of Pearson Square. Council referred the application to the Planning Commission on February 27th, 2023, and it is now back before the City Council for a public hearing and final consideration. Staff recommends approval of the proposed amendment. The Planning Commission also unanimously voted to recommend approval to the City Council at its meeting last Wednesday, April 19th. The applicant is seeking to lease approximately 1,600 square feet of currently vacant space to a local architecture firm. The application requests 5 proposed changes to the approval resolution and voluntary concession language. First, to increase the overall allowable square footage of retail service uses from 11,000 to 13,000. Second, to increase the business or professional office use square footage limit from 2,400 to 4,000 square feet. Third, to increase the existing maximum lease term from 10 to 20 years for business, professional, medical, or dental office uses. Fourth, in the event Creative Cauldron leaves their space, that space will then only be marketed towards creative and artistic uses for a term of 6 months. And finally, to include within the VCs a list of prohibited uses to put Pearson Square in line with more recently approved mixed-use developments within the city. The table on line 74 summarizes these changes with the current building program versus the one that is being requested by this application. It is then followed within this section by the exact changes to the language, which would then be taken from the approval resolution 2012-01 and placed within the development's list of voluntary concessions. Lines 189 to 264 of the staff report outline the project's history of amendments since their original 2004 SC approvals. The table located within this section is a request from council during the February 27th work session, illustrates an ongoing shift from retail goods towards retail service at this location over the years starting in 2009. Staff reviewed the latest submission of materials received on March 23rd, 2023. In reviewing these materials, we find a relatively narrow request to amend a previously approved mixed-use project. In considering the primary and secondary criteria of Section 48-90 of the city's zoning ordinance, staff has established general compliance with the applicable SE criteria. Throughout the staff analysis section, staff has highlighted that the original intent and community objectives for the Pearson Square project was for ground floor commercial retail goods and restaurants as preferred ground floor uses. The market realities have limited the ability to maintain only retail goods at this secondary location, and the commercial leasing market space has been supported by retail service uses to date. Lastly, the positive fiscal impact of approximately 1,800 square feet of occupied retail goods space is approximately $13,800 annually. The positive fiscal impact of the same square footage as an office use is approximately $9,100 annually, a decrease of approximately $4,700 or 34%. It is worth noting that the subject space has been vacant for more than 2 years, so the actual revenues have been lower than modeled. As I mentioned before, the application was recommended to council by the Planning Commission last week and is before you tonight for final consideration. That's all I have for the staff report, but the applicant team, Deputy Planning Director Gary Fuller and I are here for any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from anyone up here? Comments? Mr. Snyder?
Yeah, this is maybe a question for the city manager as well as planning staff. So it was requested that we use this opportunity to request the developer to do more for affordable housing. Was the question asked, and what was the answer from the developer?
So the question was asked, and it was discussed extensively over the course of this consideration of this application. The developer indicated that they were not able to concede to the city's request, and the developer is here if they'd like to list any of the reasons why. There is a kind of a quote from the developer in the staff report, but if you'd like to hear it directly from the developer, they are here.
That's fine.
Ms. Leon?
If the developer is here, I would like an elaboration on the comment around applicable loan requirements. So is there just not a willingness to do that, or is there no willingness to do a refinancing or some sort of restructuring to meet the city's request or to come closer to the city's request around ADUs? If that developer is sitting here and listened to 2 reports on housing and where we are in the State of the Union for affordability, I'd love to hear a reaction.
evening to Mayor Tartar and members of the council. My name is Zach Williams. I'm a land use attorney with Venable. I'm representing the owner and the applicant. To address the question, the owner of this particular building is not the original developer of the site. It has changed hands. And so this is an ownership entity. It's not a developer entity that owns the site. Because of that, the site is, now that it's been operating for some time, it is subject to a loan. And the way that these loans work is it's not just one property like you would have with a residential house, for example, that there's a mortgage on. These are bundled loans that have collateral in many different places in the portfolio. And so it's very difficult to make a change like that when the loan that was secured based on an understanding and agreement, that with the city as far as how long those affordable units are set to be valid until they expire, that is. So it's just difficult from a technical standpoint and a timing standpoint to do that. And this is one of the things we spoke to Mr. Shields in the city about is, one issue is just timing. And these loans do come back around, and there's refinancing that occurs that makes the timing on those things, that opens up the opportunity for conversations. So one of the things we did agree to, and I'm happy to put on the record tonight, is that the owner is willing to have a good faith discussion about the affordable housing units in the future at such time that discussion is, it's a discussion not only that the owner, is good timing for the owner, but also for the city. There are certain things that might go into that discussion that the city isn't necessarily prepared to have right now, but maybe in the future. And so that's something that the owner is willing to discuss in good faith, but it's not something that they're able to agree to just as part of this limited application. I hope that helps answer the question.
It does. So sorry. Thank you very much. So let me just make sure I heard that correctly. So the owner right now, understand he's not the original developer, but the way that the financing and revenue streams of Pearson Square is that it's collateralized into different tranches, each of which have different opportunities to refinance.
I want to make sure I state this correctly. The cycle is not for several years.
So that's the next recent cycle.
Correct.
I understand the constraint. In your collateralization of these tranches, are they on set cadences in terms of when you have opportunities to refinance that to free up more cash flows, which you're going to have to do if you're going to need to, create investment money to maintain your property anyway?
I honestly don't know the answer to that question. You're getting beyond my pay grade as a land use attorney in terms of financing and loan collateral. But that's something that we can, have further discussions on.
Okay.
So.
Further discussions welcome, thank you, but I understand the constraint.
Ms. Connolly?
In here, you say that you would be willing to market the Creative Commons space for an arts education use. What does that mean exactly? Who's defining that, what an art and education use is?
Good question. So the voluntary concession that's proposed is actually a little more specific than that. And it states that we will not only be marketing that space, but we'll be reserving the space for art and education uses for a period of 6 months following the vacancy of that use by the existing tenant. And so we then go on to explain sort of what that includes. To include but not be limited to childcare, schools, or other related education uses, which is something that, I'm sorry, I skipped the first sentence, which include but are not limited to uses related to artistic or creative purposes and or education uses to include but not be limited to childcare, schools, or other related education uses. And that's something that we had seen in other voluntary concessions in the city and that staff had endorsed as well.
Creative Cauldron had some rent rebates as they went along because they were a nonprofit. Are you offering will you be offering any of those in the attempt to rent it?
So I don't have any information on rent rebates. What I can say is, and this is something that we discussed with the city manager as well, that the economics of this are that by reserving the space for 6 months from the vacancy, that necessitates that it's really more than 6 months that the space is going to be vacant if they do not find this type of a tenant, because they can't even start marketing the space until it's already been vacant for 6 months. And so that creates economic incentives on the owner to do whatever it might be necessary to get that kind of a tenant. And we talked a little bit about, should we try to get more specific about this? And I think ultimately what we decided was, and sort of the owner's position is, that the economics of this are pretty simple right now. And if we try to add in something like, rent rebates or other rent controls, we might actually start to disincentivize that type of a use. And now waiting the 6 months is the better option. So I think ultimately we decided was the simple approach is just to have the single incentive in place and let the market do what it's going to do. And that was the position of the owner as well.
I do understand that, it was 20 years ago that this voluntary concession was originally written, and the market indeed has changed in the last 20 years, in the last 3 years in particular. So it makes sense to be able to be fluid and change things as we go.
Right.
But it is, I guess it's just disappointing that as these changes come, you just don't know what's going to come in there next. So I do hope that there is an arts and education use that you find in those 6 months. Thanks.
Ms. Hardy?
Thanks. I wanted to plus one both what Caroline and Mary Beth said. So clearly, I think given you heard the discussion about affordable housing, there's certainly an interest by this council to preserve the ones that we have. The good news is that we do have some time. And so whether it is on the applicant's part or whether it's cities, we should definitely do something about it. That said, I don't think that we should let that get in the way of relocating a small business. So for all the lamentations we have about the lack of foot traffic and the demise of Target, I think adding a small business to South Maple makes sense. But to add on to what Mary Beth asked about for the Creative Cauldron space, I think what is more pressing, while we do have time on the upstairs residential ADUs, is when Cauldron vacates next year. And so I do hope that in negotiations with the city, not only do we keep it open for 6 months, but also think about lowering the rent for nonprofit use and potentially even broadening besides just theater or education uses. I think there are probably several other nonprofits in the city that might look at that space. And unless you're willing to put in a whole bunch of TI improvements, the space is built out for black box theater, which frankly is going to be really, really hard to re-rent unless you're willing to put in more money. So I hope the applicant keeps that in mind and thinks about how to keep the ground floor of South Maple vibrant for both the foot traffic that by bringing an architectural firm will be able to provide, but also see the value of bringing a nonprofit to the ground floor of your space as well. But that, I plan to support this tonight because I do believe in supporting our small businesses in the city. Thank you.
So I'd like to offer a different perspective. I think we can support small businesses and affordable housing for folks. And what I would say is that you're basically getting rent for 1,600 square feet or whatever it is in perpetuity that you wouldn't get otherwise, right? Basically, it's been vacant for 2 years, and if we don't approve this, it'll stay vacant for many other years, probably. So ultimately, we have the same goal of renting your space, but we have another goal as a city, which is to increase our affordable housing. You've got a bunch of units that are going to come due in, 5 years or 4 years or whatever the date is. And so I would say the value that's created by this change that we're talking about can be shared, not just with you, with the developer, but also with the community by offering affordable housing, some kind of extension. And what I'm talking about is not wholesale. Look, it's got to make money for you. It's got to make sense for you. But extending one unit for 1 year would probably cost $20,000 or less. If you just made it free, it would probably be $20,000. If it made it 60% of AMI, it'd be substantially less than that. Maybe 1 or 2 months rent would be what the extending one ADU for 1 year, but to one family, that means a whole lot to one family. So I would suggest that trying to get an ADU for 1 year in return for changing this use is something that's reasonable and fair and would benefit one family. So that's something along those lines is what I think we ought to be considering tonight. Also, this notion that, hey, I'd love to see subsidies. You're not going to get them unless it's part of the voluntary concessions. It's just how it works. That's how we do voluntary concessions. We don't ask people for favors. We get them in writing, and that's how it all works. Lastly, I would say that as a general matter, which I've said many times previously, having a list of things you can't do is not the way to do it. It should be a smaller list of what we want you to do. Things like mortuaries are not going to show up there. There's not going to be a car wash there. There's a whole 90% of what's here is never going to be there anyway, with or without a list. But again, I think predominantly what I'm saying is that this can be a win-win for both the owner and for the city by seeking some kind of compromise, let's say 1 unit for 1 year in return for this change. But anyway, that's what I have to say. So anyway, unless there's anything else, I'm going to open it up to public comment. Is there any member of the public who wishes to speak to this matter? Yes, please.
Hi, Erin Flynn, 222 Little Fall Street. I actually wasn't going to speak on this, mindful of City Council's sort of timing already tonight, but since I'm here for T-zones and sort of injected the affordable dwelling units into the conversation when the Pearson Square application originally came up, I did kind of want to comment and say I support, any effort on the part of the city to actually have a commitment in writing. I understand, good faith negotiations and efforts on the part of the ownership, and I understand the constraints, but it would be nice to know, will there actually be a real opportunity under the financing to, have affordable dwelling units, or is the financing cycle such that they're going to, sunset before that opportunity actually arises? And at the same time, as the mayor was saying, these are, the housing that was originally intended to be condos. They're some of the only 2-bedroom or 2-bedroom plus den affordable dwelling units in the city. They're where a lot of families, do reside and are at 60% AMI. And so even, maybe we're not going to get an extension of 15 units out of this, but if you get an extension of 1 2-bedroom plus den unit that a family lives in at 60% AMI, that's a significant contribution and something that should be taken into account when the city is sort of balancing whether or not, the special exception criteria are met. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wish to speak? Yes, I just want to close the public comment right now. The public hearing is closed. Ms. Hiscott?
Yes, can I get some clarification on 2 points? One from the staff being, what's the value of 1 year, 1 unit extension? And then 2, from the developer, is there a contact you have in terms of the cycle? Because I think it's a good point of knowing, like Caroline brought up, what is the cycle of refinancing? When is that opportunity to do that? Because it's a good point in terms of timing.
I don't have that calculation in front of me right now. I do know that Mr. Woodley did do some of those calculations early on in the process. I just don't have them in front of me as we speak. I don't know that we did a calculation of 1 unit for 1 year either. That would probably vary based on which unit it is, based on bedroom counts and a whole number of other variables.
I would just say this.
As the smallest unit for 1 year. I just don't have a sense for what the value of that is.
Well, think about it. If the rent's $2,500 a month and you got 12 months in a year, you're talking $30,000. So I don't know what the rent is for your smallest unit. You might be able to elaborate, but imagining just that it's that, you're talking about a value of $30,000 at 100%, or 0% AMI.
Right.
So if you did 60% AMI, my guess is it's probably $15,000, $12,000. It's fairly de minimis in the grand scheme of the universe. But to one family, it may mean an awful lot.
I'm just thinking about that versus, when you're looking at financing, if you're making it different, if you're bringing in income of, I think it was 13,000 retail, and then it was 9,000 for a business. So I'm just, doing some math on that.
I echo Debbie's comment. I'd like some numbers run on a pro forma. It might be a hit to the revenue, but there's some upside with this request to the amendment, right? And so I think we're just thinking the long term. I don't want to get tactical but at the end of the day, this the flat out, let's talk about it later, or no to the extending an ADU period is a little rough to take right now. So I echo the sentiment. Right now, we've got 3 folks on council that are asking to run the numbers, see what you can do, right? Actually, Brandon's already run the numbers, and I think we just bring it back to the developer, and just have a more constructive conversation, around larger needs that we have. I think that would be all that I ask in this, and I don't think it's too late.
Please.
As far as the question goes on the timing and of the refinancing and the analysis on that, I don't have that information at my fingertips at the moment. The one thing I will say is that we've been thinking about this from the perspective of the owner, but I would also respectfully suggest we have to think about it from the perspective of Mr. Lee, who's here tonight and has been waiting 6 months to open his architecture firm. That is going to provide 10 jobs to the city. And Mr. Lee doesn't have to open his architecture firm here. He could go anywhere. And I don't want to speak for him, but I think, we could certainly go back and run the numbers and do the calculations on the affordable units as far as the owner goes. But, that's going to necessitate Mr. Lee and his employees to wait another month or another couple months. And, at some point, he also has a role in the process. It's not just up to the owner, like it might be when we're developing a new building, when everything's on the table. There are 2 parties here to this transaction, and I just think we need to be careful about, thinking about the perspective of the small business owner as well, who's waiting to open a space here in the City of Falls Church and is excited about the space. And I don't know how long he's going to be able to wait. And I don't want to speak for him because he's here in the audience tonight, but that is a perspective I just wanted to put out there on the record as well.
So do you represent the prospective tenant or the owner, just out of curiosity?
I represent the owner.
The owner. So is the owner here tonight?
No, the owner's not here tonight.
Okay. Do we have a motion from anyone?
Mr. Duncan's hand is up.
That's been up for a while. Phil, do you have a new question? I think it's been up since the last question.
Yes, it seems like we've chosen over quite well. So either time to call the question and make a motion, which I'm happy to do, or not. And what's your preference?
Go ahead and make a motion if you'd like, Phil.
TR 23-06.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. You moved?
I moved to the
Okay.
TR 23-06.
All right, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. Is there additional conversation?
I actually had a question for the applicant. So in the past, when we've entertained special exception amendments, the applicants talked about the marketing efforts to fill the space before they come forward with the amendment. Mr. Williams, do you have any more detail on how long the space has been vacant and what other?
You said 2 years.
Is it 2 years?
Yep.
Okay.
All right. Further conversation?
Mr. Mayor, this doesn't need to be a win-lose. It can be a win-win. So I move to table this for 2 weeks for further negotiations.
All right, well, I'm going to look over at the new city attorney and ask her how this plays out, because I have no idea.
So the question is, does a motion to table supersede the motion to approve?
Yeah.
I need a minute to look into that.
All right, that's fine. I tell you what, it's almost time to take a break. Would a
Okay,
minute
thank
do you
you.
fine? All right, let's take a 5-minute recess, and we'll come back and find an answer maybe. Thank you. We're going to recess for 5 minutes.
I guess it does.
So can they just vote on the motion to table?
I think they can.
If it fails, and they go back to
Then they go back to I think it supersedes the original motion.
So, but has there been a second? So I think that'd be question number one.
I d-
we ready to get back at it? All right, let's do it.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I would change my motion from a motion to table to a motion to postpone to the next regular city council meeting.
That was, I'm sorry. I couldn't hear it.
So we're back in session from a recess, but
I just didn't hear your motion.
Right. Instead of the motion to table, I'm making a motion to postpone to the next regular meeting.
Oh, thank you.
and I just want to ask the city attorney, which of those two motions would take precedent? In other words, we have...
The motion to postpone takes precedence over the main motion.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table. Do we have a second for that motion? I don't know if I can second or second. Can I second the motion? Yeah, all right, I second the motion then. All right, so we have a motion and a second on the table. Any discussion? All right, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Conley?
No.
Mr. Duncan?
No.
Ms. Hardy?
No.
Ms. Leon?
No.
Ms. Shantz-Hiscott?
No.
Mr. Snyder?
Yes.
And Mayor Tarter?
Yes.
That motion fails 2-5.
All right, we have another motion on the table, so let's go ahead and get to that.
And this is the motion to adopt. Ms. Conley?
Yes.
Mr. Duncan?
Yes.
Ms. Hardy?
Yes.
Ms. Leon?
Yes.
Ms. Shantz-Hiscott?
Yes.
Mr. Snyder?
No for failure to address affordable housing.
Mayor Tarter?
No.
Motion carries 5-2. Thank you, council.
All right, thank you. Let's move on to the next item.
Yes, our next item is also a public hearing and on the agenda for final consideration, TO 23-07, ordinance to amend, reenact, and recodify Chapter 2 Administration, Article 2 Elections of the Code of the City of Falls Church to adjust the boundaries of the city voting wards in order to rebalance the population of registered voters within the wards.
All right, Mr. Registrar.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. My name is David Berkey. I'm the Director of Elections and General Registrar. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is David Berkey. I am the Director of Elections and General Registrar of Voters for the City of Falls Church. With me is the Electoral Board. Marguerite Shovelin is the Vice Chair. She is in the back. And our two members, Renee Andrews and Russ Hugon, are online, our Secretary and Chair. We are asking for final adoption for two ordinances. Real briefly, Ward 2 currently is at Falls Green Apartments, and for a number of reasons, it is no longer a suitable polling place for our needs in the city, and we would like to see that Ward 2 voters be moved to the community center where Ward 3 is currently, and we would like to see Ward 3 continue to be at the community center. But also, the second ordinance is that the population of Ward 3 has gotten a little large. If you would go to the next slide. Next slide. And at over 4,000 voters, we would like to see the boundary of Ward 2 move from Washington Street, where it is now, and below Broad, it will be moved to South Maple, and above Broad, it will be moved to Little Falls Street, thereby rebalancing the wards. If you move to the next map, and this is our proposal for those two ordinances. Ward 2 and Ward 3 would be in the community center. Ward 1 would continue to be at Oak Street Elementary School, and Meridian High School is no longer in consideration.
That's it?
Unless you have questions.
All right, it looks like we have one. Ms. Hiscott.
I was just thinking about this. I can't remember when when Ward 2 voted at the community center for a while. When you have both wards, do you have to still maintain separate actual, you're going in the main door, you're going to be guided towards a Ward 2 or a Ward 3 and you vote in your half the gym or whatever it is? How does it actually practically work?
So across the Commonwealth, gyms are used for 2 or more polling places because they do have usually about 5,000 square feet in them, and a polling place needs about 1,000 square feet. And so they would put dividers through the gym in order to maintain separate areas for the voting. It is very common across the Commonwealth.
Okay, and then there's just someone guiding as they walk in when you normally give your name and address, like, oh, you're in the wrong half of the gym, got to go over to the other half of the gym.
And normally, we would have an election officer station that can look up where the voter is to make sure they get in the correct line before getting into line.
Okay, that's all. Thanks.
Any public comment? Anyone wish to speak to this matter? Seeing none, the matter is closed to the public. Do we have a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I move approval of TO 23-07.
Second.
Ms. Leon on the second. All right.
Ms. Connolly?
Yes.
Mr. Duncan?
Yes.
Ms. Hardy?
Yes.
Ms. Leon?
Yes.
Ms. Shon-Siskot?
Yes.
Mr. Snyder?
Yeah.
And Mayor Tarter?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0. Thank you. And the next item, also on public hearing and final consideration, is TO 23-08, ordinance amending and establishing polling places in the City of Falls Church.
All right, before we get started, Ms. Connolly, is there anything you'd like to say or read? I've got one here, which is a statement, which we...
Wait, we're lost.
Oh, my God, I'm sorry.
We haven't
Okay.
gotten to the budget yet.
I'm sorry, I
Almost.
was looking ahead down the agenda. Yeah, all right.
Move to adopt TO 23-08.
Second. We should have a public hearing.
Yes, is there any member of the public who wishes to speak to this matter? Seeing none, the matter is closed to the public.
Thank you. Ms. Connolly?
Yes.
Mr. Duncan?
Yes.
Ms. Hardy?
Yes.
Ms. Leon?
Yes.
Ms. Shon-Siskot?
Yes.
Mr. Snyder?
Yes.
And Mayor Tarter?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item, please.
We have 4 budget-related items that are on public hearing this evening, scheduled for final consideration on May 8th. Did you want me to read those
Yes,
at
why
the
don't you
same
do all of
time?
them?
We have TO 23-03, ordinance fixing and determining the budget of expenditures and revenues and appropriating funds for the fiscal year 2024 general fund, school operating fund, school community service fund, school food service fund, cable access fund, sewer fund, stormwater fund, and capital improvements program funds, and adopting the FY 2024 to FY 2029 capital improvement program. Second, we have TO 23-04, ordinance setting the rate of tax levy on real estate for tax year 2024 and on personal property, machinery and tools, and all other property segregated by law for local taxation in the City of Falls Church, Virginia for tax year 2023. We have TO 23-05, ordinance to amend, reenact, and recodify Chapter 42 Utilities to revise sewer rates and fees as of July 1, 2023. And we have TO 23-06, ordinance to set the stormwater utility billing unit rate in accordance with Chapter 42, Article 7 of the Code of the City of Falls Church, Virginia as of July 1, 2023.
All right, thank you very much. Ms. Connolly, do you have now something you'd like to say?
I do indeed. Thank you, Mayor. I make the following statement before City Council's discussion of the FY 2024 budget. I am an employee of the Falls Church City School Board and a member of a group of 3 or more persons who may be affected by these matters. I can participate in them fairly, objectively, and in the public interest.
I also wish to make a statement, the following statement before City Council's consideration of the FY 2024 budget. My wife's an employee of the Falls Church City School Board, and therefore I'm a member of a group of 3 or more persons who may be affected by these matters, but I can participate in them fairly, objectively, in the public interest. All right, who's doing this? Is this Ms. Baumel or are you Mr. Shields?
Well, I will jump in. We don't have an extensive staff report for these 4 items. This is before council tonight for public hearing only. I will note that the budget was presented to council on March 27th, We'll have our final work session next week on May 1st, and this is scheduled for final consideration at your next regular meeting on May 8th. We'll also have a town hall this week on Wednesday at 7 p.m., and that will be here in this building. And people can participate in that budget town hall meeting either virtually or here in the building in person. The last thing I will note is while those 4 items are here for public hearing only, there is a 5th item relating to public right-of-way use fees and commercial fire inspection fees. That's the next item. There is a request for you to vote on that tonight for first reading, but we'll cover that in just a moment. Really, the 4 budget items, however, are just for public hearing.
All right. Let's go ahead and open up to public comment for any of the 4 items that are before us right at this moment. Anyone wish to speak to those matters is certainly welcome to do so now. Seeing none, the matter is closed to the public. Let's go with council questions or comments. Anyone have, Ms. Connolly?
I first want to thank the staff and Falls Church City TV for the videos that they provided about each department's budget. I hope everyone's had a chance to watch those because they were very informative and well done. At the Budget and Finance Committee meeting on Friday, we had a very good discussion about options for ways to spend the $80,000 council contingency. And I think, Karen, you were going to bring a list for us to discuss. Do you have?
We will, and we'll have that at work session.
Oh, we're not going to talk about that tonight.
We're going to have that at work session at the end of tonight's meeting.
Why don't we just do it right now, Mr. Shields? Yeah, I mean, look, it's kind of a fiction, I think, to sort
Okay.
of, do we have it now? We can just present it instead of pushing it off till midnight.
We do, and
That's at the work session. Yeesh.
so what this is kind of a preliminary look at a budget markup. This is kind of our capturing of the comments of either public comment that has come to City Council for additional funding for items, or comments that have come directly from council members for us to explore whether additional resources could be put towards certain initiatives. And we, Sophie, I don't know if we could click in maybe just once or twice so we can see that a little bit more. But with that introduction, then maybe I'll just turn it over to Ms. Bobwell and we'll just go through that list and have that discussion.
Thanks for doing it now instead of at work session. I think while we're in budget mode, we may as well just cover it all.
Good evening, Mayor Tarter and members of the council. So this was discussed at the Budget and Finance Committee on Friday, and the feedback that was received at that meeting has been incorporated in presenting this list. So the contingency that's built in the 2024 proposed budget is of $80,000, and council budget items have been grouped in 2 buckets. One is ongoing, and the second one is one-time funds. The ongoing funds, the ongoing needs includes items that have been discussed here at the council meeting, with some suggestions on some items or how they can be, either the timing of it can be adjusted or some other funding those could be used. And then the footnote for the one-time items is that possible use of fiscal year 2023 one-time funds could be used to fund those one-time items. There was an intensive discussion also at the Budget and Finance about the staff recommendation for the use of the contingency, and that would be for paving and crosswalks across the city. The paving budget currently is $450,000, and that's built in the tax rate. And the request is to increase that to address the needs of the core infrastructure for the city. So I will not go into any specific item because these are all coming from you and the community and speakers, so we're all aware of it. But if there are any specific questions, we're available.
All right, follow-up question?
I thought one of the ways to kind of rationalize, better rationalize or rack and stack this list was, particularly on the public safety aid on West Broad and Spring Street, if we could leverage technology to achieve more pedestrian safety there.
And so that's
time with
in,
that, Mr.
that is actually in the budget, is to have traffic in a photo enforcement on Broad Street. And so the question was if we were to supplement that with a public safety aid that would serve as a crossing guard there as well. So that's what this cost is the $65,000.
Okay, so we have a means to remediate. It's just remediation light, whereas if you added this public safety, it's like remediation full to the problem. Is that kind of the range? So just to be clear, when it comes to safety, right, ped safety for West Broad and Spring, what we have in the plan currently is funded using technology. Okay.
And to be clear, it's being funded through the violations themselves, so it's not, if we were to cut that, that doesn't help with the tax rate or help with solving any other budget issues.
Thank you for clarifying. So looking at the commentary on the right, on affordable dwelling units, are we saying that the 70,000 can come off this list because we have a way to subsidize the 30-40 AMI that we're trying to make available for use by using Affordable Housing Fund dollars? Is this coming off the list? I'm trying to understand what the right comment on the right is. Use Affordable Housing Fund.
So the fiscal year 24 budget proposal includes an appropriation of $120,000 in the Affordable Housing Fund, and that money could be used, the $100,000 could be used for either the strike fund or to fund additional units for 30 to 40 ADU%. So the proposal is that we could consider using that money instead of building it in the general fund.
Did we have original intent or forecast for that 170 originally? Cindy?
The original intent of the funds in the Affordable Housing Fund was for the strike force and to leverage other grants.
Okay. So it reduced our purchasing. Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say we've used the existing Affordable Housing Fund to match the Amazon grants, of course, and the FY23 is supporting that. This new additional funding for FY24, I think, hasn't gone through a full vetting process as to what it would be used for. It could leverage additional grants, or in this case, it could do the ADU buy down. And that 100,000 is built into the tax base, so every year it's adding to it, and then you use it out of the Affordable Housing Fund for expansion or preservation.
Okay.
And to clarify, the buy down is we're buying down from market rate units, not buying down from 60% units, correct? And the reason why that matters is because you're actually gaining affordable units this way versus just converting 60% units down to 30% units. We're not adding any to our stock that way.
Yeah, this would be an expansion which is consistent with the charter of the Affordable Housing Fund. We've just been recently using it to supplement and leverage money for the Affordable Housing Strike Fund.
Okay. Yeah, for 70,000 to gain 5+ units when we only add 20 units every 3 years, that seems very meaningful, so I would support that.
Agreed.
So the budget has 35 and then the 70, it's the lower end of the 100 to 140, so that was the intent.
Okay. So question number 3, the library hours. Love the library and I support it. I think I'm appreciating the zest and where this estimate is coming from is we have an assumption that we're providing every service available that the library is providing in the additional 2 hours. So as I listen to Jenny's video, I think what I'm looking at is kind of like an operating model philosophy, right? I'd love to see the option of, council, this is the light version, this is the medium staffing version, this is the high-end staffing version. And I'm trying to understand whether that's $60K and where it's at, and I'm feeling it's on the high-end staffing version, which means it's the most headcount to providing all of the services, that are available. So I guess my question is, when money is tight and we're trying to spread it across as much areas as possible, is there a $20,000 version that's available for staffing to fund the 2 additional library hours? Do you need to keep somebody staffed to run the conference room? Do you need somebody available to run every possible service for that 2 hours in the library? Because I think that's what's driving the 60. So I think it's an operating model philosophy, and I'm trying to understand or confirm whether we have flexibility on that 60,000, bring it down to 20, and is there an ability to deliver that 2 additional library hours, at something less than 60K by changing the staffing levels?
So this has been thought through every which way to Sunday.
Yes.
For a year. And so this is the way we believe it should, if we were to responsibly staff this. That question that you've had is a question that has been sort of out there for a year as well. The library board really explored it. What it comes down to is having enough bodies in the library for us to be able to serve our patrons, knowing the questions that they ask, the services that they expect, whether it's, on a busy, Wednesday afternoon or on a weekend day, which actually is busy time as well. So I would note, these numbers aren't huge in terms of many of the things that we do ask the council for. I think this number has been thoroughly vetted by the entire library management team. And it's, the goal has been to provide a viable option for the city council on extending hours, because A, the council's been asking that question, and B, patrons have been asking that question.
Okay.
So the library board and staff really worked the issue.
So this was also based on community feedback that said if you wanted to see the library open for 2 hours, these are the services. What services would you want to see? So we have that data that backs that out. It's not an assumption based. This is, this is what we think the community wants. We've actually asked through the surveys.
I think it's a combination of that. I think probably literally it's been staff working through of how this, when we're open, how many bodies do we need? And I think it's essentially 5 people in the building who will serve the public, and that's to do a whole host of things. So it's not a huge number of people. It's a very limited number of people to provide the basic services that patrons expect when the library is open.
So 5 people providing full complement of services makes up the 60K.
I mean, full complement of services, that would imply that, there are programs going on and things like that. And I don't think that is necessarily the case. It is to be open and to be able to respond to inquiries and to do the things that people expect when they're at the library.
Okay, so then that just checked my statement earlier. So that's not the full complement. It's something more in the middle. The 60K represents more in the middle in terms of services.
That's right.
Okay. All right. The $50,000 real estate tax relief suggestion of review at mid-year, it's assuming that we have additional money that comes up somewhere that we can deploy, or?
I'm sorry, what is this question?
The real estate tax relief for $50,000, the comment of review at mid-year. Is that, talk to me about the thought process there, right? Why?
So the responsible thing would be to address it. We are, in some respects, saying we think we can probably get by of covering this through the money that is allocated each year to cover appeals.
Okay, that's the revenue
So that's
source.
where it would be paid for. The council.
So the pot would grow through the years that would potentially fund the real estate tax relief as, okay.
Which isn't this does mean that next year we're going to likely need to solve this problem. But because this came up late in the process, rather than sort of coming to council and say, we thought we had an 80,000 contingency, sorry, we made a technical error, you only have 30,000, we've proposed instead, we feel comfortable in using the budget that is allocated to cover appeals that will be able to cover tax abatement as well.
Okay.
But there is some risk to that.
And on that one, I think I watched the treasurer's video, and I think she didn't ask for the extra 50,000 because she said there were 2 properties that were going to roll off tax relief, or she anticipated that, right?
Yeah.
And we were hoping to use the savings from that to cover the increase. Is that correct? Did I hear that correctly?
So the 50,000 actually is an overage in the current fiscal year. And yeah, and we're modeling that it's going to be at least almost the same going forward unless another tax relief property comes along, then it would be larger. But in current year, we are able to address it using the underspending in the appeals budget, the abatement budget that we set aside in '23. So basing on that chain of thought, that if we would be able to see where we end up with the '24 appeals, since we're heading into the appeals process right now, by mid-year, we would know whether we would have that or not. If we didn't have that money, then we would come to council as part of a budget amendment to address that 50,000 in a different manner.
Okay.
Yeah. Ms. Acosta also said that, again, 2 properties have rolled off, but we don't know how many will be coming on. And she said there is a stack of applications that had come in.
Right.
So
she hadn't
it's one of those accordion-like processes that there may be this, it may be that, and it's okay to keep it flexible at this point till we have a little more certainty.
All right, other comments or questions? Ms. Hiscott?
Yes, I'm looking down at the one-time column, specifically on environment and sustainability. It has TBD on it, and I think that, I know that in our unfunded needs, and it's $53,000 for 4 requests, and as Mr. Ward wrote very well today and stated tonight as well, that those investments will pay for themselves in 3.5 years is the anticipated payback for making those investments. And as we've discussed, when we set aside the funding for the action plans, that we were going to need some funds to enact things we knew we wanted to do in fiscal year '24. And I think this is a really nominal amount to begin with, but I think the reasons for each of them have been articulated really well. If you haven't had a chance to read John's memo, I suggest doing that. So I'm very strongly in favor of supporting the $53,000 requests for the environmental sustainability. So on page BO16 in the unfunded needs specifically. So I'm not sure why there's a TBD, because I think actually the specificity that the ESC and the staff on the environmental services side have put together are incredibly specific and detailed and have a plan for enacting a lot of the things that we're working on with the climate action plan. So I'd like to see that in there, and as a very smart investment of our contingency funds because of its payback timeframe.
What amount would that be, Mrs. Kitt?
53,000.
53? So the unfunded needs do include one-time need for energy data management software and energy audits of city facilities and renewable energy credits, and then a planning consultant, all that costing $53,000. However, our understanding of your comment the other day was maybe the outcome of what the study brings out, those implementations, and that's why I put a TBD. I thought those are the indications you were giving instead of funding the software package and all that other stuff. So that's what the unfunded needs are for.
So 53K plus.
But we don't know what that would be.
Those are unknowns based upon the results we have, correct? But given the interest we had in the town hall last week, the number of people showed up from our community and gave feedback, and even our, If I Were Mayor article, essay was on environmental topics. Clearly, this has been one of our top priorities, as we've stated, and I'd like to see us put the funding behind it. This is really pretty nominal to address the work we're trying to do.
So some of these are the 4 needs that are unfunded for a sustainable environmental sustainability. Some of these are one time, and like the software with maintenance costs are more ongoing, but some of these are one time. So this could be addressed either as part of the contingency or as part of the year-end one-time money.
Yeah, I think I I'm just voting for using it as, we know what it is now and not waiting to identify it. I think some of the other things are more flexible with regard to timing and with known specificity of the dollar requests that could be used with year-end surplus. Thank you.
Other comments, Ms. Leon?
And just so that I understand, if we don't fund holiday lights at 95K, we won't have holiday lights next year?
So what this
Just
list
trying to-
is, I think maybe the way to read it in terms of the process that you're in right now is that the ongoing are the things to engage in right now. The one-time are things that we could engage in when we do our budget amendment after this budget is adopted. And that is going to be a pretty big strategic discussion because as we know from our mid-year financial report, we have revenues that came in above budget, and we also know we have underspending. So I think there actually is going to be an opportunity for some pretty strategic work to be done with that year-end budget amendment. So that's my thinking, that you don't really have to wrestle probably too hard right now with the one-time list. It's really the things above the line with the ongoing, as well as the staff recommendation at the bottom about the core infrastructure needs in the city.
Did you want to talk on the environmental?
Yeah, on the environmental stuff. So I would support that. It sounds like if we could tease out, because I do think that the letter and the comment from Mr. Ward was very compelling. I think these are investments that definitely pay for themselves. Can we tease out which ones are one time and which ones need to be funded now? And if all of it can be done as one time, as Wyatt's point is, we're going to quickly deal with the year-end budget amendment. And I'd be fine funding it as long as it does come quickly after the budget adoption process.
Yeah.
I'll save my comments until Debbie's done with her list.
Consultant is one time.
My next comments were just specifically on the, well, you can't quite see it there, but the staff recommendation on paving and crosswalks. I think this is one thing I've consistently said through the 3 budget cycles I've been involved in, is that I just think our basic duty is to provide public safety and public infrastructure above and beyond, the first and foremost, I should say. And when we look at $1.75 million in unfunded needs for our roads, streets, and crosswalks, I think this is the time we need to start talking about not only that contingency funds, but even looking at our reserves to be spending some funds on getting essentially caught up. I know you don't want to spend reserves on things that are operating year after year after year, but at the pace that we are funding, we can't catch up. You literally cannot catch up if each year you have that investment. We're already behind $1.75 million. So I'd like to have some discussion about that either tonight or next week or so, about what our options are in terms of providing more infrastructure support. And that's it for the moment.
Other comments? Ms. Hardy?
So building on what Debbie said, when I look at page BO 17 on unfunded needs, in particular, and I watched Zach's video on DPW, it sounds like we're short $2.5 million on paving, sidewalks, and signals, and that's that core infrastructure, right? So even if we took all 80,000 from the contingency that we have flexibility on, that doesn't really make much of a dent. So that does not seem acceptable. So to Debbie's point about looking at using one-time money, and I'm going to channel a bit of Phil here, given that hopefully he's still watching. I think we are a couple years away from West Falls, Broad Washington, Founders Road 2, and I don't want to count chickens before they hatch, but even if, say, 20% of the fiscals materialize in 2 years, plus another $8 million from the Virginia Tech deal that we expect also to close, we will be looking at a lot more one-time money again, plus ongoing fiscals, which I think this council is responsible for with all the economic development we've done. And so I think it seems very irresponsible for us to just ignore these blocking and tackling basics that Debbie talked about on core infrastructure. And so the other page I would reference is BO 20, which I asked about in our first council work session on the budget. When we looked at where our capital reserves are versus policy, policy says that when we are above debt to expenditure ratio, we need to be at 20%. We are currently at 30% for our reserves. So we are very healthily funded. And again, even if we were the most conservative, expecting, some sort of catastrophic rainy day situation, I feel like we need to more responsibly look at deploying some of those reserves on these core infrastructure needs. Between what we hear from our residents, which is pedestrian and bike safety, that has been the number one concern we hear. I don't think we can responsibly ignore $2.5 million worth of core infrastructure without using some of those reserve dollars and knowing that in 2 years, we're going to have the fiscals and more one-time money coming to cover those needs. And so I know that we are deploying some capital reserves in the CIP plan for the first time this year, but I would like to make a request to staff to more critically look at whether there are additional things. To Debbie's point, I think getting caught up. I don't think we should expect to use one-time money as an ongoing operating use. That's irresponsible fiscal management. But just to get caught up, to bridge that time between now and 2 years from now, when I do think that, the city's financials will be very healthy, and they're very healthy now. So that would be one request, kind of a +1 on what Debbie said on core infrastructure. I really don't want to hear DPW coming forward again and asking and begging for more money for paving and signals, and to hear that we cannot respond to the Great Falls and Lincoln signal that has been out for over a month now. So that's my first request. Second, I want to address Broad and Spring because I'm very familiar with that intersection. And I think it got posted in the budget Q&A tonight. But my understanding is that between the different solutions offered, between the red light, the speed camera, and the PSA, the staff recommendation is to go with the speed camera. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then the red light will be deployed elsewhere?
That's correct.
Okay. And the rationale for that is because the speed cameras can only be used in school zones, and we looked at our 5 school zones, and that was the only one. Do we think that'll do enough to deter the red light running? And I know we got like 200 petition signatures from those St. James families, but do we think that that'll help address some of those concerns as well?
We're hopeful that it will. I think the presence of the cameras and the signage associated with the cameras, we're hopeful will generate, will change driver behavior. And that should include red light running as well as speeding. That is the hope.
Okay. So I'm comfortable with that, given that, again, I'm at the intersection like 20 times a week, and I see a lot of the flagrant behavior, but I would like to put a pin on that one, that if we do not find that the speed camera does deter that bad behavior, that we revisit the public safety discussion, because that is a pretty troublesome intersection right now with that behavior that we're seeing. My third comment has to do with arborist funding. So between the letter we got from VPIS and some other public comments, I think we've heard concerns that we need a tree inventory, we need chippers, and we need staffing in the arborist function. I also watched the Public Works video that Zach talked about, kind of where his core needs were. And so I'm going to reference page GF108 that shows that the budget for actually the arborist function has returned to pre-pandemic level fundings and has actually increased 14% this year. Could staff give me their take on kind of where we are with arborist funding, and especially as it relates to kind of DPW as a whole? Where does it fall in kind of all the DPW items? Obviously, Zach's talked about how $2.5 million is what he really needs for core infrastructure. Where does the arborist funding fall within that set of very diverse things that DPW takes care of?
So could I have some more conversations and get back with you at your next work session?
Okay. I think I sent it in as a question as well. I'd like to know historical staffing, because I think some of the concerns have been that we converted an urban forester to stormwater engineer maybe 3 or 4 years ago. And so some historical staffing levels would be helpful to understand kind of really how are we staffed. My sense is that it seems like we were pretty well staffed, given, again, the data that was shown on page GF108, but I would like to be responsive to the public comments we've gotten. I think that is it for now for me. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else anyone has? Mr. Snyder?
Yeah, I think it would be really helpful if we could get more of a prediction about what money may be available, because the length of requests exceeds the ability to pay for them in this budget, at least unless we raise taxes, which we're not going to, I don't think we're going to do, rates. So I'd like to make a decision that includes that information, so we can make more of a logical kind of end product rather than sort of putting a bunch of stuff hoping that, we'll be able to fund it as one-time money sometime. So how soon after this budget will we have the numbers for the current fiscal year?
So we plan to have one budget amendment before the end of the fiscal year to program some of the underspending that's in the departments. And then we plan to have another year-end report, but that would be in September. So the first one I talked would be end of May, June. And the second one I'm talking is to reappropriate the revenues overage. And that would be September, October timeframe, as we always do.
So can we have your best projections before we have to vote on this budget?
Well,
I know it's a stretch, but we have more demands and very logical arguments to support them, and if we're going to do some of them under one time, I would rather know we can do that, as opposed to, well, maybe we will and maybe we won't. We put it under one time and it doesn't get addressed for years.
so there is a larger list of one-time needs. What you have is what has been identified only as part of the budget discussion. The city needs a new CAD system. We have to do the ADA manual. I mean, there are a huge list of one-time needs, and that's the discussion we'll bring to you as part of the third quarter report for current fiscal year. We saw the second quarter, the revenues above budget is a decent amount because of the personal property tax that came in, the assessment of the cars. And so we'll bring that the year-end projections on revenues as part of the third quarter report. And then we'll bring some reprogramming of department underspending as part of the May-June budget amendment.
Okay, I'm just trying to get as much certainty on that as we can so that we make decisions on this budget and we slot some of the things under one time and we have reasonable certainty we can actually get to them in the near future.
Correct. And that's tying back to Mr. Shields' comment that at this time, if we address the ongoing as part of the 24 budget, we will have opportunity soon. 2 bites to the apple, May, June, and then September, October, to address the one-time needs.
What I'm trying to do is get the current fiscal year data and the budget synchronized so that we can make the decisions together rather than making wrong assumptions that we'll be able to find one-time money. And what I'm hearing you say is you can't do that.
Well, for the mid-year financial report, we had $1 million in revenue overage at that time. I think it was just over $1 million. And that number has grown in the intermediate time. So we don't have the precise projections for year-end yet. We're still going through the third quarter numbers. But that just kind of going back to that mid-year report gives you some context of what we presented at that time on the revenue side.
Okay, helpful. Thank you.
All right, any other?
I'm just looking at that total unfunded needs in the budget book is $5.7 million before we added in the budget comment ones. And then, so maybe even if you kept at that pace, we'd have $2 million to address 5.7 in unfunded, just as a reference point.
So a lot of these 5.7 are ongoing unfunded needs. The one time that we're going to recognize, and I hope we're going to address one-time needs with those and not try to fund all of these 5.7 million needs.
All right, so unless there's any further conversation at this point, why don't we move on, because we got a whole lot more to go. One more, okay.
Could you back up to that list of needs we talked about? Because there's another one on there that, the special events. Did we talk about that tonight?
We didn't
Watch
talk
Night,
about it. It's
Independence
good just for council to be thinking about that. So watch night is not, an enhanced watch night is not in the budget, and so that is a council contingency discussion. Independence Day next year, we are likely not going to be able to do fireworks up at the high school next year. We are going to do them in 2 months, which is going to be exciting. But the year after that, presumably the Virginia Tech site is going to be under construction, and we believe that the fire marshal is likely not going to allow us to shoot at that time. And also the site would just become more constrained. So Independence Day is sort of a different type of discussion, whether what that might look like a year from now. So those are two things to think about in terms of special events, and you might have other ideas and other thoughts on that.
But your message, treat as one time, implies that it could move down into the one-time area.
Watch night, I think if we want to enhance watch night, for it to kind of be a kind of some of the discussions we've been having with community and with council, it really probably should be a commitment and built into the operating budget so we can really build it. The people need that consistency. Independence Day is the one that has the question marks on it.
So if, and watch night, we would need to get started soon, seeing as how we're almost in May.
That's right.
Okay, any further conversation?
I have one more thing, and I would agree with what Letty said about using, with both Debbie and Letty, about those basic needs, paving for that $80,000, I think is very important, the core things, and also to take a look at, can we take anything out of our capital reserves to cover some of these things? So I would second Letty on that one.
All right, anything further? If not, let's move on to the next item. Will you call that?
Yes, we have TO 23-09, ordinance to amend, reenact, and recodify Chapter 15, fees, Article 3, Department of Public Works, and Article 4, Department of Public Safety of the Code of the City of Falls Church to update and revise certain fees effective July 1, 2023.
All right, Mr. Shields.
So just briefly, what is proposed in this is for the right-of-way fee is to increase the basic right-of-way cut permit from $250 to $750, and then the right-of-way fee for a lane closure to increase that from $125 per event to $325. Those are the rates that Arlington County currently charges, and Fairfax County is a similar rate as well. We've not adjusted this rate for well over a decade. The proceeds of that would be used directly for administering the right-of-way process and inspecting the work on city infrastructure that's being built in the right-of-way by private developers. And then secondly, for commercial inspections, there's a series of fee increases, and again, these increases are modeled on what Arlington County and what Fairfax County are charging. We basically charge an hourly rate for those inspections, and that hourly rate would go from $85 per hour to $150 per hour. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right, any questions for Mr. Shields? Ms. Conley?
I just have another question. Didn't we have to vote on those previous items? We went to a work session, but they were there for first reading, weren't they?
No, they were there for public hearing only.
Oh, okay.
We voted on first reading, right?
All right.
We had first reading on April 10th.
Okay, other comments on this particular item? Any public comment? Any member of the public wish to speak to this item? Matters closed for public hearing. Anything else anyone would like to say or ask? Do we have a motion?
I'll move to grant first reading the TO 23-09, schedule public hearing, second reading and final consideration for May 8th, 2023, and advertise the same according to law.
All right, do we have a second?
Second.
Ms. Hiscott on the second. Madam Clerk?
Ms. Conley?
Yes.
Mr. Duncan?
Yes.
Ms. Hardy?
Yes.
Ms. Leon?
Yes.
Ms. Shantz-Hiscott?
Yes.
Mr. Snyder?
Yes.
And Mayor Tarter?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's move on to the next item. Is that the consent items?
It's not on consent technically.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Madam Clerk, do you just want to read the item? I'll give a very short staff report on it. Or I'll
What are
do
we
it.
doing? I'm sorry. We're on to consent items and we just have appointments?
Is it on consent? I thought
It's on other business. Are you talking about the authorization for the contract?
Yes.
Yeah, it's on other business,
I
so
beg
it's
your pardon.
right after consent.
I beg your
Ah, gotcha.
So we are on consent? Okay, that's what I
Sorry
thought. All right, so is there anyone who wishes to remove any item from the consent agenda? If not, do we have a motion?
Move to accept the consent agenda.
Do we have a
Approve
second?
the-
Second.
Madam Clerk?
Ms. Conley?
Yes.
Mr. Duncan?
Yes.
Ms. Hardy?
Yes.
Ms. Leon?
Yes.
Ms. Sean Siscott?
Yes.
Mr. Snyder?
Yes.
And Mayor Tarter.
Yes,
Motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
thank you. Let's keep going.
Yes, and other. Authorize the expenditure of up to $2 million each per fiscal year under an existing contract with Arthur Construction Company Incorporated for intersection improvement projects, subject to annual appropriation of funds for that purpose.
Mr. Shields?
So in December of 2020, City Council approved a contract with Arthur Construction Company to do intersection improvements. For instance, they're doing the North Washington and Columbia intersection improvements, which are going to start fairly soon. We have other intersection improvements that will total, we think, about $1 million per year. So we're asking for an additional authorization to $2 million per year rather than the prior $1 million per fiscal year authorization. We will be doing paver repairs at Broad and Maple and Broad and Little Falls. And we have traffic signal repairs at several intersections, and we intend to use Anchor to carry out that work. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right, any questions? Ms. Conley?
My question is just about the paver replacement at Broad and Maple and Broad and Little Falls. Are they individual pavers that are going to be replaced?
That is the current scope of work, is to replace what's there.
Is there any chance that we could change that material and make it be a paved looking brick? Or is that's probably far more than $1 million? But for the long term,
I don't know that that would be the case, just taking it out and paving it. That might actually be less expensive.
it seems like for maintenance and for long term, that might be a better way to go. We've heard, and that's definitely one of the things that we've talked about in our work plan as we look at streetscape.
So that is another policy question. Maybe we could discuss that at a work session if the council would like to have a deeper conversation on that. And if the council did want to send the signal to, hold off on doing those in the meantime, I could relay that to staff. We could still do the contract authorization because they are helping us with signals, but just wait for another discussion on pavers if that's the desire of the
I look at the pavers on the W&OD trail that are paver that is painted and stamped to look like brick, and they look very much like brick, and it looks like they would be a lot more, have a longer life and be safer than what we have now as brick in the middle of the road being driven over.
All right, other comments about this?
On Columbia and North Washington, on my run yesterday, there's actually a PED signal at that intersection that goes nowhere. Is this part of the project just starting early? So on the Crossman Church side, there's a PED button that does not lead to actually a PED head because the PED head is on the opposite corner. Do the staff know about this? Did we just install a PED button for nothing?
I'll have to follow up on that. I don't know.
It just prompted me to remember this when we looked at this intersection.
Any other comments on this item?
I just want to add that, I'm for approving this, but I would like to pin discussing the materials we use in those intersections to make sure they're the most ADA compliant that we can provide. Thank you.
Agreed.
Any other comments? Yeah, I would say also just as relates to those intersections, what I've said before, this notion of just having one crosswalk that kind of goes in the middle of the street as opposed to two on each end, each side, is something I think we ought to just sort of universally adopt. Yeah, having two that go each way instead of one that just pokes you out in the middle of the street. If you're handicapped, you roll right into the middle of the street because they don't want to do two.
Not the X
two
he's talking
ramps.
about.
I don't know what it's called, but just basically. Yeah. Okay. Any member of the public wish to speak to this item? Seeing none, the matter is closed to the public. Do we have a motion?
I move to authorize the expenditure of up to $2 million per fiscal year under an existing contract with Arthur Construction Company, Inc. for intersection improvement projects.
Second.
Madam Clerk?
Ms. Conley?
Yes.
Mr. Duncan?
Yes.
Ms. Hardy?
Yes.
Ms. Leon?
Yes.
Ms. Shantz Hiscott?
Yes.
Mr. Snyder?
Yes.
And Mayor Tarter?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's move on to our work session. Mr. Shields?
So on our work session will be a discussion of the T-zones item, and Mr. Stoddard is coming forward, and Mr. Jack Trainer. I think we're going to double team on this item, and Jack will be at this podium, and Paul will be at that podium. And we'll start, I think Mr. Stoddard's just going to say a brief word of introduction, and then Mr. Trainer's going to walk through some of the key points of the staff report to set up the discussion tonight. We want to engage on some of the key policy questions that have been debated on this item, and look forward to that discussion. Mr. Stoddard.
All right, thank you, Mr. Shields. Thank you, Mayor Tarter and members of council. I'm just going to give a brief introduction before turning it over to our case planner on this one, Mr. Jack Trainer. As a reminder for what got this conversation started in the first place, the proposed zone changes to the T-zone are intended to be another tool in the city's toolkit for meeting the current as well as the future housing needs of the community. The proposed zoning text in front of you is intended to diversify the form as well as the price of both residential and commercial spaces throughout the city, and encourage reinvestment in the T-zones. And of course, while doing this, to accommodate design transitions between the higher intensity spaces within the city and then the lower intensity spaces within the city. With that, I'll turn it over to Jack.
Thank you, Mr. Stoddard. Good evening, Mayor Tarter, members of council. I'm going to give a brief 10-minute presentation on the staff's latest proposals. The request tonight is for council to review the draft zoning code updates, the transition zones, T1 and T2. Council's scheduled to consider first reading as regular meeting on May 22nd, 2023. In the background section of the staff report is the summary table of the proposals to date, including council's referral, planning commission's recommendation, and staff's most recent recommendation. I won't go through it, but I'll also note that on line 29, we have a comment response table, which be more than happy to return to. Let's see. Before I continue, the draft zoning code updates are in the second half of the staff report. The color coding, I'll just note, has a blue bold underline for proposed additions, red strike through for proposed strikes, and the black text is existing language that shall remain the same as proposed. So, okay, going to line 41 is a table that I think folks that have been following this have seen often, but I'm going to stick to the staff recommendation column on the far right, beginning with residential and commercial uses. In each box here, we also have the corresponding code section for reference. So for 1 to 4 families, staff's recommendation is the same as the planning commission's, which includes a legacy clause for existing single family and 2-family homes, but otherwise allowing triplexes and quadplexes by right, and removing single and 2-family uses as allowable uses. For the townhouses, council's staff's recommendation is the same as the council referral, which would move townhouses, condos, apartments as allowed uses under the special use permit procedure on sites no larger than 1 acre. Also included here is a note that staff is continuing to explore unit size caps on townhouse and multifamily units. Continuing on to mixed use, staff's recommendation is the same as the Planning Commission recommendation, which was removing mixed use residential district regulations. Down to commercial uses, the staff's recommendation is a little bit different than the Planning Commission's. Staff has removing boarding houses, lodging and rooming houses, and parking lots as principal uses, adding clinics for human care, restaurants, retail business, and retail service. And I'll touch on this a little bit below about commercial uses on Park Avenue. On building height, staff's recommendation is the same as the Planning Commission. That is 3 and 4 family homes would be allowed by right to build to 2.5 stories or 35 feet, whichever shorter. Commercial developments would be able to build by right to 3 stories or 40 feet, whichever is shorter. And through the SUP process, residential or commercial uses would be able to build to 4 stories or 50 feet, whichever is shorter. On step backs, which would be required on buildings taller than 40 feet, staff's recommendation is the same as the Planning Commission's, which was including 10-foot step backs on those buildings when they front a residential district or have any street frontage. And on setbacks, staff's recommendation is the same as the Planning Commission's referral, which is 20-foot setbacks for the front and the rear yards, with SUP reductions of to 15 feet in the front and 10 feet in the rear yards, and side yards would remain at 10 feet. For lot coverage, staff's recommendation is the same as the Planning Commission's again. For impervious surface, this is a maximum of 80% impervious surface coverage. For building coverage, a maximum of 60% by right, and a maximum of 70% achievable through the SUP process. And for tree canopy coverage, staff recommends a minimum of 15%, which is also the same as the Planning Commission. Under the environmental banner, beginning with historic preservation, staff's recommendation here is also the same as what the Planning Commission recommended, maintaining the Historic, Cultural, and Conservation District, or the HCC, and language has also been added to the SUP considerations to incorporate and preserve existing historic structures. For parking, staff's recommendation is a little different here than what the Planning Commission referred. For 1 to 4 families, staff recommends 1 space per dwelling unit. For townhouses, staff recommends 2 off-street parking spaces per townhouse. This is down from the 2.5 that's required today in the current code. In multifamily and commercial, are the same in the proposal as they are in the current code. Staff also notes that the Planning Commission has the power to reduce street parking requirements at site plan review through submission of a TDM plan, and that no off-street parking would be allowed in the front setback in this recommendation, which is also consistent with the Planning Commission. EV, or electric vehicle charging language, has also been added in the SUP consideration language. So has solar considerations. So on to districts. Staff recommends combining T1 and T2 into a single T-zone. In the second bullet there, for properties fronting North Washington Street, not to allow residential uses that fall in T-zone districts north of Great Falls Street, and that any subdivisions of T-zone property on North Washington north of Great Falls Street be required to go through the SUP approval or a rezoning process. On Park Avenue, which I alluded to earlier, staff recommends by right use, commercial uses of 4,000 square feet, and anything above 4,000 square feet going through the SUP process, again on Park Avenue alone. On affordable housing, staff's recommendation is the same as what City Council referred out. That is all new residential projects that go through the SUP process be required to set aside 10% of the total units as affordable or workforce housing, or contribute in a cash in lieu option. Project reviews, this is the last section. Beginning with 1 and 4 families, staff recommends that 3 and 4 families go through the grading plan process that 1 and 2 family homes go through today. For townhouse and multifamily, staff recommends, as the Planning Commission and Council recommended, the SUP process followed by the site plan process. And for commercial projects, this would follow the site plan unless the development exceeds 4,000 square feet on Park Avenue, in which case it would go through the SUP and then the site plan process. And for any mixed-use projects, this would be the SUP followed by the site plan. So in closing, in this presentation, I'll just go over that following part here, this zoning ordinance organization part, the first couple lines here, 47 through 54. Those are the parts of the code that are most affected by the proposed changes. That's where the most substantial code changes are. Everything after that are more kind of administrative changes. That's changing references to T1 or T2 to simply T district, things that aren't as substantially affected by the proposal. So that, Mr. Mayor, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Let's go ahead and open it up to questions or comments from council. And for the one person in the audience right now, this is a work session, so the conversation is solely with council at this point. But we know you spoke earlier at public comment. Are there comments or questions from council? Ms. Hardy?
I'm going to start with a clarification, working backwards. So first of all, thank you, Mr. Sauter and Mr. Trainer, on that being kudos for tracking and responding to all the comments. I do love the comment response matrix. Going backwards, so for project reviews, I thought that if the T-zone development was larger than an acre, it triggers a special exception. Is that still the case?
So T-zone districts don't have access to the special exception process, and so if you do have a site that is larger than an acre in size, and you wanted to go through some sort of discretionary approval, you didn't want to pursue a by right option, then you would first need to pursue a rezoning to a B district, and then the option available to you would be to pursue a special exception.
Okay, I'll save my comments unless people have other clarifications.
All right, other comments, Ms. Connolly?
I also have a couple clarifications. One is on the parking. If you can scroll back to the parking. Why is it that a 1 to 4 family house only needs 1 space and a townhouse needs 2?
So in thinking about, I think, instead of, this is kind of came out of a comment from the public comment that staff, that was a good idea. It was instead of having T-zones called out specifically in the parking code, kind of trying to be as consistent citywide with our parking code as possible. And so instead of allowing all dwelling units, which would include townhouses, to go down to 1 off-street parking space only in T-zones, we instead included 3 and 4 family, which would conform to the 1 family envelope and R1B regulations, which today requires only 1 off-street parking space. So that's how 3 and 4 family kind of fell into that mold. But with townhouses, just knocking that down from 2.5 to 2, we thought was a little easier than saying in T-zones only, this would go to 1. And one clarification I failed to mention earlier was part of staff's recommendation is allowing tandem parking for townhouses. So instead of the side-by-side parking, cars would be allowed to park one behind the other, which is currently not allowed for T-zone, for townhouses.
Okay, so a 1 to 4 family says 1 space per home. Does that mean if it's a 4-family unit, it gets 4 spaces?
Yes, per unit. Yeah,
okay.
Unit.
And somewhere else you said 1 to 2 family houses would not be permitted. But now we're talking about a 1-family house.
Yes, new 1 and 2 family homes would not be allowed to be built, but through the legacy clause.
So the legacy ones are for the, do we have any 2 families in T-zones?
Not to my knowledge. We have a couple of 1 families.
Right. Okay. So that's one clarification. Another one, and this is more, this is really clarification, but as we talk about when T-zones are facing commercial areas, I think one of the problems that we keep running into is that a commercial area, when you look at the map and the zoning map, a mixed-use building is considered commercial, except for the 400 people that live there, it's residential. So how do we balance that as we're looking at the ordinance to say, all right, this is zoned commercial, but it truly is residential? And I feel like that is one of those stumbling blocks that we still haven't quite figured out. And it mostly at this point applies to the Broadway and to Park Avenue, where the people that live there think of it as a residential building, and we're thinking of it as a commercial building. I don't know the answer to that. I'm just, as I've thought this through, that's just one of those things that keeps coming up in my mind, is how do we determine the difference? And does it matter? Zoning-wise, it clearly matters for the residents, but how do we determine that difference? And I will yield to someone else.
All right, other comments?
Got a question.
Yes.
Can I get some clarification on if the housing stock is townhomes? Walk me through what the step back requirement would be. I'm looking at Montgomery County and Walla Walla table. I had to say Walla Walla. It's getting late. Yeah. It breaks down, Paul and Jack, the zone by type of stock, housing stock. So I'm trying to visualize for us for a townhome, right? How's that step back going to work? Is it going to be required, or is it?
So, yeah, as proposed, it's not by use per se, but more by height. So any building that exceeds that 40-foot height, that as proposed would be allowed by right for any non-3 or 4 family home building. Anything above that would require a 10-foot step back.
So any structure above 40 feet?
Yes. With a maximum of 50 feet achievable.
Okay.
Behind the 10-foot step back.
Okay. So from a town, as long as it's, okay. So no step back required if it's under 40 feet.
Correct.
Okay. I appreciate the clarification on, I love the Planning Commission and how they change. The front setback is now 15, and the rear is 20, unless it goes through an SUP review, which allows it to 10 feet, right? Okay.
Yeah, and that modification
Or is
would
it,
be.
did I get that?
Yeah,
the
so,
front
and that
20?
modification would be discretionary. So it's not as if I apply, if an applicant applies for an SUP, it's not a given that they're going to achieve that sort of smallest setback available. That would be subjective based on meeting the considerations in the SUP. So if they can adjust their setbacks as a way that adds to housing variety, still meets the 15% tree canopy requirement, is respectful of existing and adjacent building designs, then yes, that setback could be adjusted, but that would be a judgment call for the council to make.
Okay. And I think you corrected me, Mayor Beth. The front is, I'm sorry, I'm trying to find it. Is the front 20 or 15?
It's 20, but it could go to 15.
Okay, I like the 20 with the SUP allowing it to 15. Okay. What? That's it.
Other comments, Ms. Hardy?
Great. So thank you. So again, I like the comment response matrix. I actually went back to my notes from the League of Women session, the Planning Commission listening session, our own town hall, the visits with the neighbors, and my own notes to make sure I really got everything, because we've been doing this for so long. And so I wanted to be responsive, because I know that some of the comments we heard tonight were, there was not enough back and forth dialogue, and some people were unclear where we left on affordable housing. So I'm going to do some recap to make sure that we're all on the same page of what it is. I'm going to start on affordable housing, given the theme of tonight. I think one of the public comments we heard tonight was that they really liked the Planning Commission recommendation, which was to do a tax increment financing district and to take essentially the returns from that and put it towards affordable housing. I think we had heard from the previous city attorney that we had some legal concerns with that. So I wanted kind of the update is that, did we put that to bed? And this is why we are going back to the 10% recommendation or cash in lieu. That was the staff recommendation.
Right. So in consultation with the interim attorney, that was the conclusion that staff came to. And I think we could sort of speak to the merits maybe with we could probably bring a more refined response to that, but that was where we left it with the interim city attorney. And then just one thing to note with the proposed scheme here is that part of what this structure does of requiring the 10% of the units to be included in the project or an equivalent value being provided cash in lieu, that does provide that some of the value being generated from the project actually returns immediately into the project versus waiting for the tax revenues to show up after construction. So I think it's a way to capture the value as it's being created, and it stays certainly within the legal guidelines.
Great. And I guess for our new city attorney, do you have any new comments to add based on what the interim attorney had provided us?
Not tonight, but I will look into it and have something for you at the next discussion.
Great. The second comment that I captured from, I think this was our town hall, there was some confusion from our neighbors on Lawton and Columbia about why we're not allowing residential on North Washington. And I know that your comment response matrix actually talks about that, but I do think it's worth clarifying because there was like 5 public speakers that made that comment. So could you elaborate on that, please?
Sure. Looking at the North Washington Small Area Plan, that calls for a kind of more of a dense and specifically commercial kind of corridor, I think, than some of the other T zones that we're considering. And so in thinking about, how would we kind of achieve that, what the Small Area Plan calls for in terms of commercial density that might not be as appropriate, say, on Park Avenue. Well, maybe that's probably more appropriate on North Washington. And so, we wouldn't necessarily, townhouses for instance, might not be as appropriate fronting North Washington as it might, in some other areas of the T zones, as one example. So it's kind of in that vein, I would say.
So to clarify, it's not that we're not allowing residential on North Washington, but per the Small Area Plan, we're trying to encourage more density and for them to go through the SE process. Is that correct?
Well, we never encourage someone to go into the SE process. Just to clarify, as Mr. Traynor said, the Small Area Plan calls for commercial development, and right now that area is Zone T, and so the idea is to keep it in that T zone and continue to require commercial uses, even as this zoning update is being considered. If people did want to pursue multifamily options, they still have that available option to them. It is to pursue a rezoning and then a special exception. And of course, the special exception requirements include commercial. And so the idea is they can use their existing zoning and provide viable commercial uses under T zones. Or if they wanted to, they also have the option to pursue rezonings and special exceptions and would still provide viable commercial options.
And given that it's where the market is these days, I don't think we're going to have any concerns with people coming forward with residential. But for all the neighbors on Lawton, Columbia, who said, why are you not allowing residential? It seems like we're just providing a different process for it or encouraging people to do it per the Small Area Plan. Thank you. The comment we heard tonight, and I think we've heard in the past, is that, T zones is one size doesn't fit all. You talked a bit about North Washington just now. We talked about Park Avenue, that if people pursue commercial in Park Avenue above 4,000 square feet, they would need to go through an SUP. To me, it seems like we are taking into context North Washington and Park Avenue differences. Do we feel like we are responding to that comment that we've heard from the community that we are making sure that those unique circumstances of those two streets are accounted for?
Yeah, what we've heard about Park Avenue is certainly, one, I'm glad to hear that the sort of echoing of comments around this common vision of Park Avenue as a great street. And so as staff looked at that and looked at planning guidance from other communities and other publications, what we were sort of drawn to was this idea of neighborhood serving residential, this place of sort of a walkable, bikeable future for Park Avenue. And so this mix of residential and smaller commercial uses in staff's recommendation sort of fits that mold. And that's why we crafted the recommendation we did, that uses, individual uses under 4,000 square feet commercial could continue by right. Individual commercial uses above 4,000 square feet along Park Avenue would need to come in for a special review. Okay. And that 4,000 square foot limit is based on guidance from the American Planning Association and a general threshold for what's a marker between a neighborhood serving commercial entity versus a larger regional draw.
Third area, which I think was important to many of us, was actually being able to cap the size of these units. And it sounds like you're going to come back with a recommendation our next time. Legally, I did not hear any concerns about this. Is that correct?
Correct. We're still looking into that as an option.
Okay. I think being able to cap the size and in fact cap essentially the price of it to really hit that middle market housing need that we see, I think would be really important to make sure that this proposal delivers what we want. While we are on the market, I think we also asked for kind of market testing a lot of these. So have we floated this with potential kind of condo, townhome, kind of small infill developers out there on what is the response? Because again, if this is not economically viable, all these changes would be for naught. What has the response been so far?
Yeah, we've definitely, had conversations with folks in the building community because that's, important as you raised. And, we're continuing to have ongoing conversations too as the proposal develops and, takes shape. One of the specific recommendations or things I'll point to are measuring the setbacks from the face of the curb instead of the property line is something we heard as an important consideration kind of in the development community that gives them, some flexibility regardless of, where the setback might end up being. That gives them that kind of a little added, buffer. And so that's something that's made its way into the report. For example, we've heard, different feedback, on the lot coverages, on the setbacks that, the short answer is yes. If you're looking for something in particular, that's...
I shouldn't know if we heard any like, oh my gosh, this is not acceptable, or we think we can work with this. Like, where's the feedback, I guess, coming in?
Mm-hmm. No, nothing has pointed to an absolute deal killer. Obviously, the higher lot coverages are always going to be something that developers are going to push for, particularly, impervious surface maximums. So right now, I think that the proposal for that's 80% and 60% building coverage by right, 70% with SUP. That's something we've seen in other projects around the region that fits in that ballpark. We think is kind of a comfortable number, and it's not something we've experienced a ton of pushback on either.
Any other additional comments? Okay, so good segue, because my next comment was actually about looking at the arborist comments, which are new, and I think that was in response to council requests at our last discussion. I'm toggling between your chart and the arborist comments, and at least from my toggling back and forth, the arborist comments don't seem that inconsistent. So the arborist comment said 70% maximum lot coverage, which I think you just said 70% is what would be allowed through SUP. I think setbacks, I'm looking at it right now. He supports increased setbacks and maximum heights by right and SUP, and the SUP setback, 20 feet setback, and front and rear yard will provide sufficient growing space. I guess, what is staff's analysis of the arborist comments as it relates to your recommendations?
Yeah, I think you're right that there's a high degree of agreement between sort of the staff recommendation that's in the report and the arborist comments. Obviously, there's some differences that anyone can see. I think, right, as we've gone through this process, right, this is one of the values of a broad set of engagements, is that you get viewpoints from a lot of different factors, right? And so obviously, when you ask the arborist a question, what's going to come back is what's the best way to grow a tree and to grow the diversity of the city's urban canopy. And so I think that's what that recommendation is based on. And of course, right, review of trees doesn't stop just at sort of lot coverages. Obviously, with any application that comes in, we've got a detailed engineering plan, a detailed planting plan, and the arborist has an opportunity to review and comment on all of those to make sure that the right tree is going in the right spot, that it's got enough clearance from buildings, it's going to have the right amount of sun, it's the right species for what it's growing next to. And so there's both the overall metrics that you're trying to hit and also the specifics that go into a detailed plan review.
Got it. And I think it's worth noting again, especially because I had a discussion with a community member about this. I pointed out there's actually no tree canopy requirement today, and that the recommendation is actually 15%, which I think the arborist supports. So that's actually good news for everybody. So thank you for doing that analysis. I'm almost done, so thank you for your patience. From the council town hall on this, public comment was raised about buffer zones and how that interplays with setbacks. Could you talk about that so we are responsive to that comment we heard?
Sure. So there's, different landscaping buffers between all zoning districts. I think right now, certain uses that back up against each other. I don't think, for instance, there's any buffer requirements for maybe 2 T zones or 2 B districts, but mostly I think the buffer districts between T zones and other districts, when there are requirements for them, are about 10 feet, and those would, count into the setback. So any other setback would go on top of that.
So they're not additive. I think the setbacks would be part of that buffer zone.
Correct.
Got it. Okay. Thank you for that clarification. Last one. So I think in touring the Broadway, we were invited by a resident. They mentioned a water table concern. I think what we have authority to control is runoff, correct, but not water table of adjacent properties.
I'm a little out of my depth on stormwater code, but correct. I do know that the stormwater code does control for runoff as well as quality. And what this proposal includes is carrying forward the recommendations that are already on the books that apply uniformly across the city.
So my last one is really more of a comment. So it's actually on parking, which Mary Beth brought up. I actually kind of like the Planning Commission's recommendations, which is to reduce the parking requirements, especially given that the data we have is that we're seeing utilization of less than 1 per space. And so I know that getting back to parking requirements is something on our work plan later on. And so hopefully we can revisit everyone's parking requirements so we don't, especially for small projects. Like if we are overparking these small projects, that actually makes a big deal because that could be land we're using for tree canopy instead and better setbacks. And so I'd hate to over require parking on this front. That's it. Thank you.
All right, other comments? Mr. Snyder, did you want to say anything?
Sure. Thanks very much. This is very complicated stuff, as we know, which warrants all the time. And I note that some of the citizens' comments were discussed by other council members, but ironically not the comments that 600 people submitted. And I'll run through each of these to determine the conformance to the public comments versus what's being proposed. And there are about 20 questions. Now, I can either submit those or go over them, but since we're in a work session tonight and staff may be taking some direction, let me start through each of these. Well, first of all, a question. What is the SUP process?
So SUP, sorry, it's an acronym for Special Use Permit. And so that is allowable under Virginia State Code, and the city zoning ordinance already uses it for a number of things. And so the idea is that you have a certain set of uses that are by right. These are accepted as generally having sort of few, if any, impacts on neighboring properties or neighboring users, whereas a special use permit is allowable for those things that maybe go beyond what you can do by right and may have increased impacts. And therefore they are subject to a more discretionary approval where conditions can be set and there can be some flexibility for the design of the building as well as the site.
Thanks. And who makes the decision on special use permits?
It varies depending on how the city zoning ordinance is set up, but what's proposed here is that council would reserve the right to make the final decision on these SUPs.
So council would make the final decision on SUPs?
Correct. So council would set whether or not a multi-use, multifamily or a townhouse project gets approved, whether or not they could vary the setbacks in the front or the rear, as well as the adjustments to the height and the lot coverage. It would, after council's approval on the development plan, it would still go through a detailed technical and engineering review with the Planning Commission as part of site plan.
So who makes the final decision on an SUP?
On the development plan, it's council.
The council will?
Correct.
Okay, thanks. So let me run through a couple of these. So one of the comments was urging limits on construction to a maximum height of 3 stories or 35 feet, or to 40 feet for flat roof buildings that incorporate step backs above 40 feet. Does your proposal do that or not do that?
So that specific dimension is not included in the recommendation. Planning staff relied more on the conversation with the Planning Commission that they had in their review and looking at what's typical for townhouse construction throughout the region today, and how can the code better reflect what's going on in townhouse development today.
For buildings 40 feet high, 10-foot setbacks on all street frontages on any side of such building that abuts any residence, including those in multifamily and mixed-use buildings.
The setbacks on all the street frontages are included, step backs on the upper floor are included on all street frontages, as well as adjacent to our districts. For multi-family housing, and this goes back to a question I think that Councilmember Connolly raised, how does the city zoning ordinance treat multifamily buildings that are approved through an SE? Those are still considered to be B-zone property, so that's not included in this current proposal.
Okay. Next question. Minimum 20-foot setback for front and rear yards to maintain the transition character of these lots next to residential and condo neighborhoods with no conditional modifications and to promote environmental sustainability, the healthy growth of tree canopy and a pedestrian-friendly streetscape. Do you provide for 20-foot setbacks for front and rear yards?
In front and rear, 20 feet is required by right. Any reduction in that would be subject to council review and satisfactory completion, of course, of the required consideration.
So that could be reduced? Is that what you're telling me?
Council, yes.
Okay. So that's the comment that you didn't respond to favorably. 10-foot setbacks for side yards and 20-foot setbacks for townhouse corner lots.
10-foot side yards are included. The 20-foot on the corner lot is already built in. A corner lot is considered a double frontage lot, so it would already be subject to the 20-foot setback requirement.
Okay. Okay, lot coverage. Per the city's Urban Forestry Commission, an effective impervious surface maximum for T-zones in consultation with the city stormwater staff, keeping in mind that city consultant Susan Bell recommended a total coverage of 50%, building and impervious surfaces. Do you provide for 50% or more?
So we relied on the Planning Commission's deliberations and recommendations, and we echoed theirs, which was 60% by right and up to 70%.
Let me just say, I start with what the citizens want, and that's why I'm asking these questions.
Okay.
I appreciate you started with the Planning Commission. I start with what the citizens want. Okay, specific stormwater review is part of each site plan for all T lots.
That's already required by code, yes.
Okay, good. 20% tree canopy coverage and 10 years minimum for T-zones consistent with city requirements for single-family homes.
So the 20% goes beyond what's allowable under state code, so we went to the maximum permitted.
Okay. Okay, I have some other questions that I'll be submitting, but thank you. It's helpful to get that information because I'm trying to figure out where we are, in fact, being responsive to citizens and where we're not. So that's very important for me. And I'd make two comments. It's often been said that there's a two-part test, a market test, and what the city wants. It seems to me if you don't pass really what the city wants, then I don't see why the market test is relevant. So for me, it's not both. It's, do we provide what our citizens want, number one, and if that fails, I don't care what the market test is. Those are just a few of the initial comments. I'm sure there'll be much more. I'm hoping that we continue to discuss this. The tax increment financing, I'm very concerned about because it gives the developer a free pass. The developer can make whatever they can conceivably make without any affordable contribution, and then it becomes the later owners who have to pay the affordable contribution. So I have serious questions, not only about the legality, but also the fairness and practicality of that approach. Thank you.
Ms. Hiscott?
Yeah, I just wanted to summarize from several conversations I've had with citizens as well as, the ESC and Housing Commission, some other organizations as well. I just want to kind of highlight where we have met some of the goals, and that's in, improving housing types, adding tree canopy where there's no requirement before, putting a maximum impervious surface where there was no maximum before, adding requirements for EV charging, adding requirements for being solar ready. Those are both two great improvements. Just highlighting again that all multifamily will go through the SUP process. So council can continue to consider residents' input as designs are presented. And, listening to the all deliberations in the planning committee, we've moderated the setbacks. We've improved them from where they are today with 0 setbacks on the rear. So those have actually been improved. The planning commission moderated the lot coverage from the original city council proposal down from 80% based upon a lot of feedback from citizens to the 60%. And then, of course, adding affordable housing, cash in lieu. I mean, those are some of the things we try to get through. The special exception, voluntary concessions, and I think making some improvements on that, on all of those areas, that we really listened to different organizations within the city and how they wanted to see these different ideas implemented. So thank you to you all, staff, for all the work on this, and as well as Planning Commission and ESC and Housing Commission and the others that have weighed in and helped make this a better result, in my opinion. Thanks.
Ms. Conley?
Yeah, thank you. So a few other questions. The first is just a comment on affordability. And as we listen to people talk about that, what does affordability mean and how do we make affordability? And I even look at the 6 of us sitting here, 7 of us on city council. How have we managed affordability for our families, for our parents, or for our children, making use of the lots that we have? And so there are a lot of different ways that each one of us has been able to take care of either our the generation before us or the generation after us with the property that we have. And I think, we have had to be really creative, and many other people in this community have had to be creative. So this opportunity is a good way to think about another way to be creative. So it sounds, as we talk about this, like we'd love to have townhouses here. So are we writing this in such a way? Okay, so there's a couple things. With T-zones, does it really make sense that we're trying to come up with one T-zone? Because they really are very different. If you think about the one on South Washington Street at the end of George Mason Road, that's really different than any other of these T-zones. Park Avenue is very different than North Washington Street. So I wonder about the effort to put them all in that single box and just have one T-zone. That keeps coming up in my mind is what we're going to come up with an SUP, and then we're going to have to figure out, does this fit here and this fit there? Why not say Park Avenue is something different than South Washington, which is different than North Washington, which is different than Seven Corners, because they really are all very different places. So that's one question. And then a question, line 601 on page 29. And I have to say, a citizen just asked me about this today. I don't know if he sent this to anybody else, but it's about decibels. And we haven't talked about this at all, and I didn't even quite understand what this meant. But the question is, why the final column there, Sophie, can you just scroll down so we can see what they all say at the top? The time of day, impulsive sound, and continuous sound. So in T-zones, the impulsive sound is 90 decibels. But if you scroll down further for B-zones, there's a daytime and a nighttime change. Again, I don't know what any of this actually means, but it didn't seem to make sense mathematically or with the progression. And then I thought about, does it actually fit with the noise ordinance that we passed a year and a half ago? What does that all mean? And why is it different in T-zones than in B-zones?
Sure. So this is the noise ordinance that you acted on.
Okay.
The only reason this is included here, you can see the strikeouts are very minimal. It's simply clarifying that there is no longer a separate T1 and T2, but just a single T.
Right.
So it's, they had the same allowances and requirements before, and they'd have the same allowances.
Okay. So that makes sense. That's kind of what I thought it meant.
Mm-hmm.
But then if I think about it, if we're encouraging residential in T-zones, should they mimic the residential zones rather than the B zones? Does that make sense?
How do you, why it makes sense?
Right, yeah, how do you? But if you think about the Park Avenue ones, they'll be facing Park Avenue, buffered from the B zone with a house, with a building that is residential but called commercial.
Sure. I guess just to point on methodology.
Yeah.
Given the recency with which the council reviewed the noise ordinance and that townhouses are allowable today under certain considerations and they'd still be allowable under this proposal under certain considerations, I think the thinking on the staff sort of side was this has been recently reviewed. It was appropriate when it was acted on. So we'll just sort of accept that and keep going.
Okay, so if there's a need to change it, it's always available to change, but this meets what we passed.
Correct.
2 years ago, okay. And then in here, I appreciate that you included the setbacks and step backs for townhouses and cluster houses. And I'm just, clearly we couldn't apply the townhouse description to what we have on Park Avenue because there were just different setbacks and different things. But is there a way to say this is a transitional with a preference for townhouses as we're talking about the size of units? Is there a way we can signal that we'd like townhouses here?
Let me just clarify the question and maybe sort of put two questions together at the same time. I think there's one, an interest in sort of smaller square footage units that maybe sort of just naturally pull down construction costs and therefore pull down housing sort of prices or costs. And then on the flip side, there's also a need for townhouses in the city as well. So maybe it's sort of how to find that middle ground, something that provides sort of more affordable housing while still meeting a sort of a range of housing needs, whether it's a one-person household, two-person household, family household.
Right. But I guess there's this difference between a 4-story block that people are afraid of what that would look like, and townhouses that seem to be more varied and different, and they could look like a lot of different things too. Is there a way to write into the code, and if we all agree, we would like townhouses here, or is what we're writing into the code saying that to developers?
A lot of the design discussion, since there is such a market interest in townhouses, that has been a lot of the interaction with the development community. We can probably bring that back to you when you see it next, but I think right now what we've got is an allowance for townhouse or multifamily housing, and I think if you were to strike the allowance for multifamily housing, then that, if the goal is really to build townhouses or maybe 2-over-2s, we might want to think about sort of housing forms that look like townhouses. So maybe we need to do some thinking before we bring that back.
I don't know if others agree with me that that is the right mode, but we keep talking about it, and it seems like if we're sending signals, that would be a good thing to send. But again, I'm one of 7 people.
If I could just, I guess, offer a comment. So I guess I don't want to be so prescriptive to say that we must have townhouses. What I want is middle housing types. It could be 2-over-2s, it could be large condos, but it's serving the I guess, square footage that we don't have, right? Like beyond a 2-bedroom apartment or condo, or your 4-bedroom single-family home, there's really nothing in between. There are many, I'm guessing the market can respond and create the right housing type, but I think it's really the size and form and price point that we're trying to solve for, whether it's labeled townhouse or condo or stacked whatever units. I don't even know what residential builders do these days. But I think if it meets those, or quads and triplexes, if it meets, I guess, both the size of the unit as well as the price point that we're looking for, what it's called matters less to me.
Mr. Snyder, do you have a comment?
Yeah, I actually think this is a very important discussion. I think my major concerns fit into 3 broad categories. First of all, environmental, and in some ways we're improving things, and in other ways I'm concerned about too much lot coverage, too much impervious surface, because we claim that this is important to us to reduce stormwater. So what I'm missing is the linkage to some city values and policies in the proposal that's in front of us today. So the impervious surface is one of them. The second one is the setbacks. I think the greatest concern people have is that something really unproportional will be set very, very close to where they are. And we ought to be able to address that somehow. So the setbacks are something that's very important. And finally, the height. And it goes back to Councilmember Conley made this point, and it's been made before, not all T-zones are the same. So how do we build in the flexibility so that you can get more density in commercial areas, but you don't allow something that's clearly outsized in or around residential areas? I think that's the whole thing that people are trying to get to. And then there's a lot of agreement on affordable housing, that yes, we ought to use this to get more affordable housing. And then I remain concerned about some of the environmental issues, the tree canopy and the impervious surface. So for me, the three areas where I'd like to see us have more discussion to get to a true consensus would be in the environmental areas, in the setbacks, and in the height, and how we can adjust those based upon the context in which the T-zone exists. For me, those are the fundamental things. And then we can work on how to mandate affordable housing in the most effective way as part of this overall approach.
So I've got a couple questions or comments. One, I had asked about preservation of historic houses last time. I'm not sure I saw much that really addressed that. Could you comment on that?
So the proposal remains the same in terms of HCC, protect the historical, cultural, and conservation overlay of where it was when it came out of Planning Commission. And that is that the existing HCC overlay would remain in place, and then added to it would be a preference in the required considerations that for lots that do include historic structures, that they incorporate the structure into the design.
Yeah, but so, imagine you have a T-zone lot that's got a Victorian house from 1880 and it's a half acre. You're not going to be able, people are going to want to demo that place and to put up 6 units, 8 units. That's economics. And so I'm concerned that we're going to lose some historic inventory through this. One thing I was thinking about is whether the city could even establish a fund, which is sort of outside the scope of this ordinance, but nonetheless it's relevant, I think, to essentially purchase restrictive covenants on some of these historic properties that would be at risk of being lost forever because the economics are just not going to work in their favor. If you've got a house that, and then pay people, just give them $100,000, give them $200,000, let them fix up their house, and then we can preserve our historic inventory. I think without that, the market economics are just going to have historic houses. Once they're on the market for a year, whatever it is, they're just going to get demoed. They're going to be lost forever. So I think it'd be good if we could try to consider ways, and it may not be through this ordinance. I think we're limited in state code what we can do to preserve historic structures, and I don't think it's going to, it's going to work to say incorporate a Victorian house with, you want to put up 7 townhouses. It's just not going to happen. And so I guess I would suggest maybe we could try to consider some other ways to do that. And I was thinking myself just about buying covenants from people, and then they'll stay on the records and run to the city's benefit in perpetuity. Another thing that I was thinking about or wanted to know more about, and I asked about last time, is what the impervious surface and the building coverage was in some of our mixed-use projects. And I thought I'd be surprised, although I don't know those numbers at the top of my head. But can you give us some information about that?
It ranges, and we try to capture this in our responses, but the percentages range for recent mixed-use projects somewhere between 70 and 90%. Depends on the dimensions of the lot and the configuration of the building.
So what's 70%?
I think some of the earliest ones, like the Pearson Square, although I think some of their open space actually sort of overlays a parking deck. And so this does get into the definitions of what really is open space, because it's green, and if you walk around to the back of the building, you can see it, but it's not necessarily providing, say, a stormwater function, but it is providing a sort of a visual green perspective. So we do try to break it down. Is it visually green? Is it accessible to the public? Is it serving a stormwater function? Does it have a tree canopy on it? Is it landscaped? And so there are a bunch of different figures. Certainly some of the more impervious ones, things like the Founders Row, which was recently constructed, and then also under construction, the Broad in Washington. Though I think what we're finding on some of these projects is that they find a way to include sort of designated park areas. Broad in Washington, for example, includes 2 on opposite corners. So I think some of it is the percentage, and then some of it is what's the functionality of it. What purpose do you want it to serve?
So what is Broad in Washington? What's that percentage?
I would have to double check the specific numbers for each project.
Okay. I mean, it feels to me that these numbers are a bit high. Personally, I'd like to see them come down just a bit. I don't think they're out of the crazy high, but I think they're a little bit high. And so, anyway, I'll just leave it at that. Parking, I think the parking numbers are about right. I'm concerned if we underpark these, that people will park, for example, all over our streets, so that's where our library is. Our library's underparked, right? We wanted to build a deck for $7 million for 12 parking spaces. And so we didn't do that, but people are parking on the streets because they have to. You go to the State Theater, where are you going to park? Probably on the street in Park Avenue. You go to Clarendon's or some of these other places, people use our streets for other purposes. And so I think, and also just bike lanes. We want to have bike lanes. I think if all our streets are, necessarily full of parking for underparked places, we're going to have a heck of a time trying to fit in bike parking or bike lanes. So anyway, those are just a few thoughts. I mean, I think we are making some progress. I know. But I think we're again, making some progress. Phil, what did you have?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one question. I wanted to go back to what Dave Snyder said. Your comments are interesting too, but it's late, so kind of got from the night. One of the questions I had on setbacks and height. So, is there any scenario under which what we're considering to do in the way of modifying the code that is going to be less restrictive than what a builder could do right now, in terms of putting up a new building of some ghastly sort? I mean, I would like first to do no harm, and I'm just concerned that in some of these locations, what's allowed now by right could really be, ruinous. And I would like some regime zoning and, paired with an SUP process that would give, staff, political leaders, and appointed board commission members the kind of input that we've seen in the SE process. Maybe not quite as lengthy and detailed as the SE process, but nonetheless, I think, and Paul said realistically, it is going to be, the SUP process is going to be pretty intrusive, and developers aren't going to like it, but there will be enough incentive to do good things. They'll be willing to go through the process. Am I missing something? Is there, if we take absolutely no action, isn't it possible that some of these properties could develop with, storage units that have essentially zero lot lines backed up to multifamily buildings? I mean, have we guarded against that by at least beginning the process of trying something new? Because what we've got right now hasn't really yielded the kind of residential development that we would like to see, whether it's townhouses or quads or duplexes or whatever, for years. And some step forward would be positive and would be protective. Or am I missing something that we're not protecting against?
So just one clarifying note, because I know this came up last week. So public storage is not allowed in T-zones today, and it's not proposed for being added. So take that list off the table. But in terms of the design controls, sort of the option available to property owners under T-zones today is by right development. It's the same flexibility that folks enjoy with their houses. If you want to, paint it orange and green stripe, you can paint it orange and green stripe. Now, commercial buildings do go through a site plan process, and they do get advice and recommendations from the AAB as well as the Planning Commission on site design. But architecture isn't sort of a mandatory requirement under those by right projects. under the process that's proposed here, architecture, design, transitions to adjoining properties, how your landscape lays out, those are required considerations. And so those would be subject to council review. So the design of the project is subject to council review under the current proposal.
Okay, thank you, that's helpful.
And in general, the by right height under this proposal is lower than what can be done today, and the setbacks are generally larger than what's available today as well.
Okay, all right, that's good. And just in closing, I guess, I would like to echo what I think Mary Beth said, Deputy, to some degree. You know, there's been a lot of good input. I think it's been a good discussion. That's what I hope it would be. You know, we need through the board and commissions and learn a lot. I think we're making progress. I just do hope people understand that, you know, it's our responsibility to look out for multiple generations of people who, you know, live in or might live in Falls Church. And that includes older people who might benefit from some sort of smaller residential situation. That includes younger people who are just starting out, who, you know, got pretty good jobs because they can afford to even look at Falls Church, but, you know, they need some help from policymakers to create housing opportunities that they could, you know, afford to take advantage of. It's not just about what I want. It's, you know, it's about what my children might want, my grandparents might want, or my grandparents, my parents might want. And I think I just hope folks understand that each of us, and in some business in our own way, is trying to come at this issue with an awareness that, you know, the housing stock that we have now is not very useful for, you know, folks at the beginning and at the end of the generation line. We would like to make it more so, because that's what a complete community is all about.
All right, thank you, Phil. All right, is there anything else somebody wants to say on this matter? If not, let's keep moving and try to wrap up without another break. Okay.
So what's the process from here? We have a vote.
Yes, what's in the tentative schedule is for staff to go back and make further revisions based on the feedback tonight and additional research, and bring it back to you for consideration for first reading at your May 22nd meeting. In the interim, we will be briefing the Planning Commission in a work session on May 17th, based on the latest proposal here, as well as the feedback that and the direction that Council provided. And then following that first reading from Council consideration, assuming, well, so then it sort of splits, right? If first reading goes forward, then there's a proposed schedule in the timing section. It would be to go to the Planning Commission for a work session, public hearing in June, and then bring it back to Council for final consideration in July.
Thanks.
All right. Why don't we move on then to our other items? Thank you very much. I know a lot of work. Both of you have done a great deal of work on this.
Mr. Mayor, here's a request in terms of process. Is there any way that we and the public could see sort of what the proposal is going to be in a time frame that's longer than the statutory minimum, to see whether we really close the gaps and what additional work we need to do? I don't want to slow the process down necessarily, but it would be helpful if we had your proposal at a point in time in which, you know, the community could see it. We could see, okay, we've closed a lot of gaps here, or we haven't. You know, we're getting much closer to an overall consensus. How can we do that from a process standpoint? And I'm not sure the statutory minimums are the best way to go.
Just so I understand the question, because I value that. So so when you're talking about sort of the posting deadlines for packets coming out ahead of meetings, or
yeah, and you know, the ability to work with folks and understand what changes are being made, where there's been movement, where there hasn't been, what can we do to close the gaps that may exist.
Sure. I think we try to use a couple tools, and we can always do a better job of it. I think one thing we're certainly going to do when we bring this back to you in late May, certainly that council Q&A table up at the beginning, that's obviously going to be updated to reflect responses to tonight's discussion. And we can look at we could look at the posting of that packet in terms of timing, although I know you all are scheduled to be heavy in budget deliberations between now and then.
I guess I also want to recognize the work that did go into the packet, because you guys did provide red line of all the comments from the previous work sessions, and the red line is what is in our packet now, right? Of the actual zoning code.
The markup is of the current zoning code.
Yeah.
And so there were changes that were in there previously. There were some changes that were consistent. I think probably what we'll do is anything that changes from here, we'll do the required code markup for bright blue underline, red strike through, and then anything that's different from tonight, we'll probably gray highlight so that you can see that iteration over the course of the work sessions.
I guess for members of the public, I guess they could look at the red line as proposed, as in the packet now, because that does reflect a lot of the changes as it's evolved.
Yeah, the report the recommendation that's in here tonight is very similar to what was presented when staff ran the public town hall several weeks ago, maybe a couple months ago. So the staff report or staff recommendation is largely similar. It did change and flex to incorporate that public feedback received that night, written comments received subsequently, as well as the council conversation since.
So it sounds like Mr. Snyder is saying, if we're going to get this back May 24th for a vote, could we get a packet sooner than that Thursday? Would your report be ready sooner than that to be able to have a look at it? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
So that the community has a chance, not just over the weekend and Monday, but has a week to take a look at it to fully understand. Is that what you're asking?
Fundamentally, yeah.
I don't know how that fits in your work schedule, and you said you're going to show it to the Planning Commission on the 19th?
Yeah, we won't make any changes between now and the Planning Commission packet. We're going to bring them the same story. We're not going to change our story every week. That's not reliable. No. So we'll be bringing them the same proposal just so that they can see where the state of the conversation is. Yeah, I think we can look internally about what would be involved in an early packet posting. It's because it's more than just the planning staff involved.
When is the Planning Commission meeting?
Well, we're not making any changes for Planning Commission, but it's the 17th. But I think we could be making sort of changes. Let's talk that over internally. I can't make.
You could maybe aim for the work session date of May 15th when we're not having a work session. So let's talk about it.
Yeah.
We can definitely work with you.
All right.
And one more thing, too, in preparation. You have the document that a number of citizens put together, and I'd appreciate if we went through some of those tonight, but in view of the lateness of the hour, I didn't want to go through all of them. Yeah, so I'd appreciate we accepted this, we didn't, this is the reason why. That would be very helpful. Thanks.
Sure, happy to.
All right, thank you both again. I know tons of work's gone into this, and you got miles to go before you sleep, but we appreciate it. Not literally tonight, but figuratively. Anyway, thanks again very much. Let's go on to business, not on the agenda. Oh, no, wait, we've got a work session on the budget. Do we have anything else to talk about on the budget? Or did we do that already? Okay, so I think we're done on the work session on the budget. Let's go on to business, not on the agenda. Is there any you had something, Debbie? Sorry.
Business, not on the agenda.
Okay, what is that?
I just wanted to report that the Public Utility Commission met, I forgot what day last week. There were so many meetings last week, but I'd like to put a placeholder in the budget process for fiscal year 2025 that we engage the Public Utility Commissions in the rate setting, which is part of the charter of that organization this fall, essentially, in the budget process, because that's what we're tasked to do in there. And we've had a couple staffing changes and a couple stops and starts this year, but I think they're really ready to dig in and provide assistance to the council next year as we're considering rate changes or even potentially some structure changes for fiscal year 2025. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Other comments? Ms. Hardy?
That's a good point to bring in the PUCs. Thank you for raising that, Debbie. GovOps is meeting tomorrow at noon. On our agenda as we're talking about the status of our vacancies, DE&IB, a staff update on that, and then time with the city attorney to talk about council priorities and work plan.
Other business not on the agenda. There is a press conference on helicopter noise tomorrow at 10 a.m. at Farrington, if anybody's interested.
Is anyone going to represent us?
I'm going. Yeah.
Thank you.
Anything else anyone has? Any other business not on the agenda? Any standing regional committee reports? Council member comments that weren't made previously? No minutes, Phil, sorry. Anything else anybody wants to? Excuse me?
No minutes.
Yeah. Anything else anyone wants to say before we go? That's next, yeah. But first, Phil, I want to wish you the best of luck. We all do. So
Thank you.
hang tough. And that's it. Let's adjourn tonight. Go home. We made it before midnight. We're adjourned.
Good night, everybody.
Those hands Anybody follows? Follow whatever you put on. Those hands.
I was confused by